everyone, and welcome to Tyranny of Dragons. I am Mr. DM, and with me are my amazing players. Hello, amazing players. So we got a lot of stuff to go through. One of which is these amazing overlays, these brand new overlays that were done by none other than Grant Wilson. So thank you, Grant, for these amazing overlays that you will see. Part of the, I guess the best way to put it is like part of all of like the newness of our 1 year anniversary. You know, new logo, new overlays. Like really, he put a lot of like love into this. So thank you so much, Grant Wilson. We really appreciate all the work that you do, and just you're freaking awesome. But this next round of announcements actually require me to switch screens, and it'll all make sense in a moment. So hold on 1 second. All right, so there we go. Yeah, I swear it's not just me being like vain and just me being on screen. There's a reason for this. So the next round of announcements, we have completely overhauled a number of things. So I've been saying for a while that we were going to do new merch in our merch store, and they are finally in. And I'm going to show you exactly what the merch looks like, which is why we need the screen. So here we go. All right. So what you see in front of you right now is not only a sticker that you could get, but it is also a mouse pad. So this is the whole group. Including Amala. So Amala's got her artwork in. The group is now finally complete. But this right here is the group photo that is in a sticker and a mouse pad. The next one you will see is the full length shirt, long sleeve shirt, which also has the group on it as well. And every single one of them has their own shirts too. Every player has their own shirt. So you have the first one you see is Gwarple, of course. Next one,
buy gold,
is Basha. Drovar, Bocek, of course, and Amala. And the t-shirts, by the way, you see them in like the gray and the black and the different colors. You are able, when you go into the store, to actually change different colors. There's 5 different colors you can actually choose from for the t-shirts. So it doesn't have to be what you see here. These are just kind of to show you what everything looks like. Next one, of course, is the Samsung phone case. Which actually there is a drop-down menu for, depending on which kind of Samsung you have. They do have, I believe it's like 5 or 6 different models that you can choose from. And then, of course, can't leave out the iPhone. All right, so you have iPhone, and it also comes with iPhone case, different ones. And again, these come in multiple colors as well. You get to choose which colors that you like. And that is it for our merch store. So if you go to our merch store, if you exclamation point merch in chat, it will actually bring up the link. And here's another interesting new thing. If you are a tier 1 subscriber here on Twitch, you automatically get 10% off. If you are a tier 2 subscriber, you get 15% off. And if you are a tier 3 subscriber, you get 20% off each purchase of whatever you get in the merch store. So that is freaking amazing. That is a new feature that when I was putting everything together, it says, would you like to do this? I was like, yes. So that's a way to give back to all the folks who are supporting us as subscribers here on Twitch. You get discounts, and Christmas is right around the corner, folks. So if you want to get your loved ones some awesome merch, I mean, because the quality of these shirts are amazing. And when I put these together with all of the artwork and everything, the artwork comes out amazing. Like, it is just quality stuff. So that's one of the major announcements. And we will be adding to the store as we progress in our campaigns. So please check back regularly. And we are actually going to have on our during our break screen, we'll have actually rotating pictures of the merch, and as we add new merch, there'll be new pictures. So that is the first thing. I was so excited for that. The second overhaul is for our Patreon. Now there's going to be more pictures, folks. So for our Patreon, the way our Patreon works is some folks would like to support us in different ways and not subscribe through Twitch. But Patreon is an absolutely different way to do it. There are 6 tiers that you could choose from on Twitch and on Patreon, and they are different and actually a little less expensive than supporting us by subscription here on Twitch. But the overhaul, bear with me, okay? So there is a supporter tier. It is just called supporter. If you $3. You just want to support the stream, you can, for $3 a month, you can support the stream. In all of these tiers, you get various things. You will also always get a personal thank you from me here on stream, where I will, just say who you are because you're awesome. I will also send you a personal thank you card, a postcard that I handwrite all of them and I send out to my patrons. And then the other tiers, depending on level, will actually have you'll get to talk with me for once a month. You get actual Discord, a private Discord channel for our patrons that you can talk amongst yourselves. You can ask me questions. You get polls, things like that only are good for patrons. But here's where the overhaul came. So tier 1 will get you, when you subscribe at tier 1 on Patreon, you'll get a nice players and creators sticker, which looks like. That's not what it looks like. It actually looks like. Why are you not doing the thing? Of course, there it is. That's what it looks like right there. Players and creators. That is an actual sticker. That is what it looks like. That's what you get at tier 1. But tier 2 and above will actually get you a few things. Every 3 months, you will get a new item as a patron. So the first, for tier 2, you will get a players and creators sticker. You will also get an exclusive, and all of these things will never be in our merch store. So you can only get them through Patreon. So why are you being so bad? There we go. Okay. Go back. All right. So tier 2, tier 1, you get a sticker. Tier 2, for every 3 months, you will start getting things. The first 3 months, you'll get a players and creators sticker. 3 months after, you will get an exclusive Welcome to Whisperbank Monster Hearts sticker. Again, you cannot get this artwork anywhere, not on our merch store or anyplace else. And then you will get 2 mini prints. The first print, as you can see here, is of our group. And then the second print you will get is the Monster Hearts Welcome to Whisperbank. Now, if you subscribe at tier 3 on Patreon, you will get a Monster Hearts sticker. You will get a Players and Creators mug. You will get a Tyranny of Dragons PC poster, 12 by 18 poster. It's a really nice quality. And then after that, you will get a Players and Creators t-shirt. And again, once you subscribe, you put in what your sizes are for things. And every 3 months, you will be sent one of these items for a whole year. Tier 4, you will get the black background poster of our Tyranny of Dragons folks. Very dramatic in the black. You will get a long sleeve Players and Creators t-shirt. Not t-shirt, long sleeve shirt. You will get an exclusive Welcome to Whisperbank t-shirt. And then you will also get a Whisperbank poster. Tier 4, folks, there's 6 tiers, bear with me. Tier 4, you will get a Lost Minds of Phandelver group t-shirt that includes Shug Iron Tusk. Very rare, folks. You can't get it anyplace else. Then you will get a players and creators tote bag that will help you carry all your dice, all your books, all your tabletop stuff, anything you need to walk around with and carry with all your playing needs in this tote. You're very welcome. Then there is the players and creators neck gaiter that you can either use. It is not for medical purposes. It is just for winter and such. You can hold it over your nose. You can use it as scrunchie. There's a whole bunch of things you can use it for. And then the Lost Minds of Phandelver group long sleeve shirt. Tier 5 will also get you the long sleeve shirt of the Lost Minds group, Lost Minds of Phandelver poster. You know what? I'm going to try and make this a little bigger so you can actually see Shug in there. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Let's make this a little bigger.
There he is.
Yeah. Where is it?
Shug.
Here we go. Okay. No, that's not it. Come on. I hate when there's so many things that... There we go. Here we go. So yeah, there's Shug right there. And then you will also get Lost Mine of Phandelver hoodie. All right. This is actually... now we're at tier 6. So the next one is the hoodie. You will also get a players and creators hoodie. Then you will get, this is a, we went backwards. So you get the point. There are exclusive items that you can get every 3 months for a whole year as a patron on Patreon. Again, this is a way for me to give back to the folks who are supporting on Patreon. It was very different prior to that. You could, unless it was at 5 or 6, you didn't get every 3 months. And thankfully, we have been supported by so many great people who have been so generous. Like this, I figured like this is the best way to give back, is to make sure that, and the prices have not changed on the tiers. They are completely the same, have not changed them. So now you're getting more for your support, including you're continuing to support what we're doing here and all the content we're doing. So I'm very happy to be able to give back in this way. And again, all of this stuff, high quality items, and I hope, again, I hope it's something that you'll all enjoy. But it's definitely a way to give back. So again, I want to thank everybody who had suggestions. I definitely want to thank our artist from Rose Garden Illustrations, Danielle Sanfilippo. Thank you so much. It is like her information is actually, if you go into our About section, you can find her Patreon, you can find her Instagram. Amazing artist. She does amazing work, communicates very well, like just super awesome, like just amazing artist. So definitely want to keep working with her. But like I said, just thank you so much. And we're just going to keep adding more stuff as we go on. But I was, again, super excited about all of these things. The overhaul of the look of the website, the look of our logo, all of the merch and everything. Again, like I said, Christmas is right around the corner. So if you haven't started your Christmas shopping yet, remember, especially if you're a subscriber, you get some discounts and all that good stuff. But everything that we're putting out there is to thank all of you for all of support that you've given us so far. So thank you. More options means more stuff and more good stuff. So that's that. And then again, the last, very, very last announcement that I have is something I will always say. During our break, you will see all of the amazing goodness that our players have, that they're doing, all of their content that they're creating, all of the amazing things that they're doing. Please support all of their amazing things. I can't say enough good things about them. They are not just amazing players, but they're amazing people, amazing content creators, amazing storytellers, talented up the wazoo. I still, like, my doctor still won't tell me where the wazoo is, but I know there's a lot of talent up there. But please support all of their things. And you'll find all of that during our break. But yeah, and I guess with that, we can kind of move forward to our opening credits. And then let's see. I had something worked out for this, and I feel awkward about it, but I'm just gonna go right out and do it. Let's see. Yeah, see, now I'm on the spot. I fucking blank. All right, here are our opening credits. We'll be right back.
Damn.
Oh, I should have pulled out
Right.
my Ireland dice to roll, but that's
There we go. Hey, we're back, folks. So yeah, the first thing we're gonna do is, because our players leveled up last session, we're gonna roll hit dice. Everybody's got to upgrade their hit points now. So let's do that, folks. So remember, you get to re-roll ones because rolling ones suck. And I'm a benevolent DM. So let's do that. So we will start with Basha. So Basha, roll your hit die, if you will.
Don't disappoint me, Wildemount die, or not Wildemount, what is the Fae thing they just released?
Feywild.
Feywild die. Oh, it's a 1! I get to re-roll
You get to re-roll that, yeah.
Witchlight.
Witchlight die.
Yes.
It's cause it's the Witchlight die and I got the name wrong that I rolled a 1. Okay, it's a 4.
But that's not bad.
Above average. You're good.
Average.
Especially for wizards.
That's a fixed hit die amount. You're good to go, bro.
All right. Bocek.
Okay, let's see here.
Are you rolling your monk? Are you or barbarian?
I'm rolling another monk hit die.
Okay.
7.
7.
Well, 1 then a 7, and now Abra's rolling die for herself. My cat just reached up and started playing with the die.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, I got you. Amala, what do you got?
All right, so I just roll 1d10, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm still getting used to this.
No problem.
I rolled a 10.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome. All
And
right.
we just add what's on the die, right? We don't add anything else to that?
Your Constitution bonus will go on.
Well, actually, yeah, it'll be added. All you need to do is add what you rolled, and D&D Beyond actually automatically puts your comp bonus in there. All right, Gwarple, are you adding a level in Ranger or Cleric?
Ranger, and I really hope I roll a 7 so that Bocek and Corporal can stay at the same exact hit points constantly because we're best friends forever.
All right, let's see.
Come on. It keeps hitting wires. I have too much shit on my desk. That's a 1.
Reroll that, yeah.
For a 7, motherfucker.
Nice. Awesome.
Checking Corporal, best buds.
All right. They're hit die buds. All right, Drovar.
Alrighty, here we go. 9.
Nice.
Okay, so
Awesome.
another 12. That puts me at 70.
I fucking hate
Ooh.
you so much.
I have 34 and I hate all of you.
You're a glass cannon, Basha. Like that is the unfortunate truth of wizards.
I still have a strength of 19 though, which is hysterical. So anyway.
That is pretty funny.
Me and Gorple are at 53, sitting pretty.
And I'm
Wait.
sorry. How do I add this to D&D Beyond?
All right, so you go into the where you leveled up. You will actually go to the upper right corner where your hit points are, and
So
then
the manage button, and then the right.
and then you're gonna add it to your rolled score. So whatever number is in your rolled hit dice, just add that. So if, say for example, it says 10 and you rolled an 8, you're gonna make that number 18, and then once you apply, your con bonus will be added in there automatically, and then your hit points will be adjusted. Alrighty. Everybody else okay with their? All right. Okay, so with all of that done and out of the way, your group, after a harrowing evening of various activities trying to help out the townfolk of Greenest during their unfortunate raid, which involved a blue dragon, you finally, after an less than honorable combat with a half dragon, Langdresta Cyanrath, that's a mouthful right there.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. You finally return to the keep, where Governor Nighthill has actually informed you that it seems like a large group is amassing to the southeast of the keep. His people are currently watching. Not only has he scouts on the wall who are keeping an eye on the situation, but apparently has sent out scouts as well to bring back information. But in the meantime, considering all of the different things that you've done over the course of this evening, you are battered, bruised, tired, spent, and essentially ready to collapse. And so you have been directed into the militia barracks here at the keep. They've put aside some cots for all of you. You've found your various spots. Some of you have collapsed in certain spots. Gorple has designated himself in by the fire area, by the hearth, keeping his water nice and warm. But you've all have kind of begun your what you hope is a long rest. The governor, before you retiring from the evening, did make sure to inform you that should anything change or any danger arise, that you will be the first, your group will be the first to be awoken and informed about what's going on. So as you all begin to, in your various states of rest, begin to take that rest, Basha, while you're sleeping, you do begin to feel this chill come over your body. And it it starts to get so cold. You can now feel your teeth starting to chatter, and you start pulling. You go to pull your blanket in tighter, and you realize that you don't have one. And as you open your eyes to find out where your blanket is, you awake to a somewhat familiar snowy landscape. This time, however, you are actually on what looks like a bearskin rug. It's an actual polar bear skin. And while it is resting on snow, you are fairly dry from this. And as you go to kind of like touch the edges of around this bearskin rug, your hand does sink into snow. And it is currently snowing. It is not a blizzard by any means, but it is coming down fairly heavy. And you can see just to the side, there seems to be an extra bearskin blanket that is there for your use should you need it.
Definitely gonna grab it.
Yeah.
And
Grab
I
it.
pull my hat down further over my ears, I'm just like, oh, it's so cold here. What is happening? Why is it cold?
Yeah.
I've
And-
been here before, haven't I?
Yes, you definitely have. And as you pull this bearskin blanket over you, the chill disappears, and you feel now comfortable. Not over warm by any means, but the cold has definitely been cut almost, not completely, but almost non-existent. And yes, just like that, perfect. And as you're just kind of sitting there, kind of looking around, really difficult to kind of discern anything past 5 feet of you. The snow is coming down so heavily. You can kind of make out what seems like the shadows of some possible hills or rocks of some sort that are kind of surrounding the area that you're in. But it's hard to make out any details. And as you kind of are staring into the snow, you begin to hear the crunching of footfalls coming towards you. And as you look, you see the still somewhat unsettling but familiar sight of a large, almost 21 foot tall frost giant coming towards you out of the actual snow. And you recognize immediately that this is Jan.
Hello, Jan. You're looking very blue today.
Oh, thank you so much, Basha. It's very, very kind of you. Yes, I guess I am. I mean, I don't normally take this form unless I am doing this with you. I sometimes forget that I am blue and not, parchment colored.
He kind of circles around you, and next to you, where you actually pulled the bearskin blanket off of, is a rather large boulder. And he just kind of like comes around and kind of sits on the boulder next to you, and he just kind of sitting next to you. And to kind of give you a size comparison, he's easily double the size of Bocek. His foot is about the size of your chest. And it's just, and he's wearing sandals. It's very simple clothes. Like, he should be freezing in weather just like you were. But then, you recall he's a frost giant. This is probably, nice weather for him. But he's wearing sandals. He's wearing not even a like breeches or pants or anything. It's just more of a loincloth kind of situation that goes down to his ankles. Not his ankles, his knees. And just a very light shirt with no sleeves, heavy leather bracers. And there is a large battle axe on his back. And as you kind of make a perception check for it.
Gonna roll on the app because it's easier than finding my die. So that's a 16 perception.
16. As you kind of glance up at the head of the battle axe, which is just kind of like sticking up, you actually see that there are these blue runes carved into the head of the axe, and they're just like ever so slightly just pulsing, almost like a heartbeat. He kind of, he's got a very, very long white beard. There's 2 braids braided on the sides, and then the middle is just kind of like left to just be just rough as it kind of hangs down. His long white hair with some purple and bluish highlights are just kind of pulled back into a ponytail, and it's just the rest of his hair is just hanging down his back. And he just kind of sits there. He looks at you. He's got a big smile on his face. And a frost giant, even a friendly frost giant, is somewhat terrifying thing if you're not prepared for it. So as he just kind of sits there, is like kind of looking at you, and this big smile comes across his face. It's a little like disconcerting, but but you don't get any malicious feeling off of him at all. It's just kind of like he seems to be genuinely happy to see you.
Yeah, Basha's gonna kind of crack a joke, whether nervous or not. She's like, "Is the weather any better up there than it is down here?"
it is just as cold. I love it. It's fine. Joke. I get it now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
anyway.
I am very tall.
Yes, you are. May I ask, you have battle axe. Were you like a warrior or something? Have we talked about this?
Oh, this? Oh, no. This is purely, what is the common word? Ceremonial. It is I kind of forget. I know it's ceremonial. Why do I have that? It must not be important. It's fine.
Maybe you'll remember sometime. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. But yes, I know, like I did say, you have the ability to call upon me in this way. And I promised kind of that I would not do this, but I felt it was kind of important that we speak.
Yes.
So dragons, huh?
Yes. Very terrifying blue dragons. It's very scary.
I saw what it did to your dwarf friend Trovar there. It's very scary. How are you feeling about this?
I'm terrified, to be perfectly honest. It was really hard to even get myself to fight at first when it showed up. I just kept thinking about my daughters and wanting to go home, but then I was like, no, I have to fight. I have to help my friends. But it's very frightening. I'm worried I am not as prepared, or that I don't have as much to offer as my friends, which I know sounds stupid because of course I can do magic, but I just always feel like I'm not as strong as them or something.
I think I understand this. Dragons, I have a very gut hate of dragons. It's difficult for me to explain, because I don't recall why I hate them so much. I just know that I do. And this is why I wanted to talk with you, because I feel like I'm your spellbook. I feel sometimes your hesitancy and your and it is right to be afraid of dragons. You are very small and tiny, and they are very big and can eat you in one bite.
Yes.
But the stronger you get with your magic, I am here for you. I'm here to help you. And so I wanted to remind you that you can always call upon. You are more powerful than you know, Basha. And sometimes, as the only wizard amongst your companions, You need reminding of this. And that is what I'm here for. I'm your cheerleading section.
You are the largest cheerleader I've ever had, which maybe makes up for the fact that I haven't had one before, so that is very good.
Well, remember, you deserve it as well. So, I am here to make sure that you gain as much power as possible through your spells. I am here to remind you how good you are, and I'm also here I want you to know how much your family means to you is how much they mean to me. We are in this together, Basha. Never forget this.
I will try and remember that, and I will try and call upon you more often for help instead of trying to do everything myself.
That is good. Sometimes we forget that we can ask for help. We think that we are bothering people, and we are unable. If we are unable to do it ourselves, then we feel that we are weak. This is not true. It takes a strong person to ask for help. Just remember this.
Well, if I call on you, how can you help?
You have to call on me first.
Okay, I guess we'll find out then.
I know that I am able to do this, but I'm limited by this. This is probably the extent of what I can do in this way when I initiate. But when you initiate, because you are so strong, it becomes slightly different. You are in control of this situation, whereas in this case, I am.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, it makes sense.
Alright. So, yes. Be cautious of dragons. All dragons. Even though some of the metallic ones are less scumbaggy than the others, they are still dragons and not to be trusted.
Yes, that is fair. I will keep that in mind.
Alright. Which leads me to my next point. Your new dragon friend. Yeah, just keep an eye on her. I don't trust
will.
her.
I'm more worried that she's going to hurt herself than hurt the rest of us. I thought I was afraid of Bojack hurting himself, but then after seeing her for a day, almost dying twice at least that I saw, I feel like I need to keep an eye on her. That's all.
Well, definitely keep an eye on her, but I don't trust her.
Okay.
So,
I will look. I will be cautious.
But I, as always, I will defer to you.
Okay. For now, she seems trustworthy. I will watch what my other friends say of her to judge fairly. I trust them mostly. Maybe not Gorpal, because he also calls me an evil witch, so I'm not sure about his opinion. But usually he's pretty good. And Drovar has a good head on his shoulders.
This is true. But yeah, Gorpal is. I think he's getting warmed up to you. I think that's his probably he likes you, does not know how to express it, calls you a witch.
Yes, that makes sense.
It's I was going to say something, but I forget. It's probably not important. Anyway.
Okay.
But yeah, as I said, I just wanted to make sure that you know how much I have your back.
Thank you, Jan. I appreciate that. I will try and remember it more, and when I need you, I will call on you. More than just for spells and things.
Excellent. But if you just need spells, I'm here for that too. I am your spellbook after all.
True.
And for the next indeterminate amount of time, it seems like it goes on for most of the evening, he begins to kind of just conjure foods for you. Fruits and vegetables, nothing fancy, but a platter of apples and oranges and grapes and just exotic looking fruits. Some fruits you're not even sure what they are, but they taste delicious. He just begins conjuring for you, and you have a nice conversation. You definitely get the sense that there's, actually make an insight check for me.
17 for insight.
17. Every now and then he seems to start going down a tangent on something and then clearly seems to just forget what he was going to say. And you're getting the sense that it's like it's an honest reaction, like he is trying to come up with a thought and it just kind of disappears. And there's something just not 100% right with that. And for you, like it seems a little off, like either he has a faulty memory or there's just something wrong there. But it happens every time he seems to kind of like either talk about something he feels very strongly about and he starts to get into more detail. As he starts to get into details, he loses it. He loses the thought, loses the transition.
Yeah. So it's like he's not fully like there with his own mind. Like he's not totally grasping things.
Right. Yeah.
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 Okay. Interesting.
But anytime you talk about a spell or magic or something that pertains specifically to you, recalls it in great detail without issue. But eventually he just kind of like looks up, and you can see like as he's been talking to you, he's barely moving from the spot, and he's only kind of like gesturing and his eyes would flash as he's conjuring. But for the most part, the snow has actually kind of like been building on his legs as he's been sitting there. And so you're not sure how long you're there, but there's about a good foot of snow like on his legs by the time he decides to kind of get up. And as he gets up, he kind of brushes the snow off. And he kind of looks at you and he's like,
Well, Basha, this has been wonderful, but you need your beauty sleep. And I need to help you prepare for tomorrow.
Thank you. It was lovely. And thank you for the food.
You are most welcome. I will see you in the morning. Have a good night.
Yes, good night.
and he just begins to trudge off back into the snow. You can hear in the silence just the crunching of the snow under his heavy footfalls, and eventually, very quickly, he is out of sight. And as you're kind of covering yourself in this very, very comfortable blanket, your eyes begin to get very, very heavy, and you drift back off to sleep. Mala, you are kind of keeping yourself, trying to keep yourself aloft on this cot. They did try to accommodate the various sizes, bringing in a couple of cots for you and Bocek specifically, but your feet are dangling off to the side, and occasionally you're just kind of shifting, trying to find the most comfortable, sleeping position. And at some point, you feel like you're about to roll off the cot. It's kind of in that in-between sleep space where you're conscious of what's going on around you, but you're beginning to sleep. So your eyes are closed, it's dark, but you can kind of feel yourself about to roll off of the cot. You shift slightly to compensate the other way, and as you do, you roll off the cot. But as you do, you feel your body continuing to fall and fall and fall. You open your eyes and you just see a blank void below you, and you're just kind of hovering. Not so much falling, but just hovering, slowly descending. And you begin to look around, and this void seems very familiar. Okay, eventually you feel your feet touch down on insubstantial blackness, void. And you just kind of stand there. You are in your full armor, your great sword on your back, your shield on your arm. Not how you went to bed. And you're just kind of standing there for a moment. and you begin to hear a voice call out your name.
Amala, welcome. How are you faring, my child?
I am faring well, though I do need to learn how to hit harder.
This is true. This will come in time. And I know you'll probably have some questions, considering you and I have not actually spoke this directly so recently.
That is very true. I do have very many questions for you.
You may ask me to.
Why did you send me here?
I thought that would be obvious.
Let me be a bit more clear. Why did I meet these people, the ones that I am currently fighting with?
That is a better question. You are with them specifically because your fates are intertwined. Not in a way that I can explain to you as of yet. But while you are a strong arm, an arm will only get you so far. Think of your companions as filling the gaps of what you are going to need to stop the Queen. Some of their paths may leave yours. You may leave them. These are your choices. You are free to make them as you will. I simply guide. I do not force. That is what the Queen does. The Queen demands. She forces. She kills indiscriminately. You have been a wonderful servant. But I'm not looking for a servant. I'm looking for a champion. That is why you have been raised the way you have been raised. That is why you are with these people.
And I will be your champion.
What is your second question?
Do you know what the Queen is planning? What Tiamat is planning to do?
There is a very, very heavy, pregnant pause. And you almost feel as if the voice is no longer there. And after a very long moment, the voice does respond.
I know not what the Queen wants. I will say that her machinations have ever been a problem for all of those on the mortal plane. Whatever this is, must be stopped. I charge you to find the details, to find what it is the Queen wants. And I want you to take it from her.
No problem. We will destroy her and her followers.
Good. Now, I've set you on the path. It is for you to walk it. It is for you to decide what shape that path will take. And once you decide that, there will be no stopping you. We will speak again, but not as frequent. But as always, you may call upon me.
As you know, I do pray to you frequently.
I am aware. There is one final thing before I leave you to your rest. When you feel either comfortable or when the time is right, your new companions have information that you need to know. Ask them about the map that they found in the mines.
And just as you're kind of like looking like kind of confused, like what is he talking about? Immediately you feel as if your body is being pulled upwards. And not gently. It's very abrupt. You're just like oof, kind of pulled. And as you kind of like open your eyes slightly, you can still feel like sleep in them, and you just kind of look around. It's still dark. Bocek is you can see the splintering cots underneath Bocek as it's literally creaking under his weight. And the rest of your companions are still sleeping as well. And you realize that it looks like you probably just went to sleep a few moments ago. Just kind of close your eyes once more and go back to sleep. Drovar, you are awoken by a chuckling laugh.
Fucking dragons.
Fucking dragons. Aye.
And you find yourself on the marble floor once again. This time, the dwarven statues, are not on their pedestals. And standing before you in his full form is your ancestor, Dulgrin Lastax. And he's just kind of like, he's just got his arms folded. It's kind of about 5 feet away from you, just staring down at you where he's sleeping. And just kind of like chuckling to himself. And as you kind of open your eyes and respond, he's just kind of continuing to chuckle.
All right, come on, get up, boy. We got a lot to discuss.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, so listen, fucking dragons.
Dragons, aye.
This is like you're already on the path. Like you beheaded that other one. I mean, yeah, it was a wee baby, but you got to start somewhere.
Exactly right. That was first. I'm gonna get one of all. I'm gonna catch them all.
That's what I like to hear. Yeah,
And that lightning strike,
boy, that was something else.
Well, next time I jump onto a dragon's head, I'm gonna stay out of its mouth. That's my plan. Anyway.
That's probably a good decision. Yeah, I like that. But listen, this is going great. Protecting these folks that you got no idea who they were. You know, these people in the greenest there. You know, just going after the dragons, going after the filth that follow them. All good shit. We're loving it. Keep it up. But yeah, just stay out of their mouths. It's probably like the worst place to be.
If I could have landed anywhere else, I would have. But you know, I mean, the damn thing was flying around the keep. How was I going to get to it? I got no ranged weapons. I had to just get there.
Well, you got all of them. Like the big guy is probably like a good meat shield. So next time, like make sure like he gets the mouth area, and then you just kind of like follow suit. You know?
He's a good lad, but he makes mistakes and he runs off by himself. If I don't keep up with him, I'm just gonna be picking up his bones after. So
yeah. Well, I mean, he's got. Yeah, he follows the path of rage as well, you know. So just
he wanders off with this weird drunk thing that he does all the time. And he's not. He's got to hear one. He's got to. Well, I'm not a poet, He's got to stick to one path. That's what he's got to do. That's my opinion, but I'm not going to tell him which one it is.
I understand. But he is a fellow brother of the Rage, so just
That he is. I try to educate him on it, but he gets really caught up with the beer.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, beer's. You can't go wrong with beer, but there's something about the way he says it. He puts it all in capital letters. It's like, the beer. I'm like, no. You save it for after the fight. You're not in the middle of it. You're going to miss with the swing. But it's working for him, but...
Well, just, at the very least, just keep an eye on him. See, make sure that he doesn't just flaunt his gifts and then runs into a dragon's mouth,
I've warned him. I've spoken to him. We'll never speak of it again, but hopefully he remembered.
All right. Well, as I said, I just wanted to say you're doing great work. All of these dragons, it's making my balls itch. All right? There's something bad's going on. All right?
Yeah.
And all I can tell, I don't know. I can see a lot of things, but I mostly see through your eyes. And, but I can tell you, just wait, there's something wrong going on here.
It's something big going on. That much we got for certain. We got our hands on that one leader guy, and he told us, the queen is setting up all kinds of stuff. So it's not like one greedy blue dragon is just decided to recruit folk to get treasure. No, there's something bigger. We got to get the word out. I would not be surprised if there's more of this happening elsewhere, and they don't got folks like us to stop every dragon in every frontier town. We gotta spread the word. We gotta get the alert out.
Absolutely. But just remember one thing. It's not how many dragons you kill. It's which dragon you kill.
Well, and the ones behind me that I keep out of the mouth.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good life choice in general. Stay out of the dragon's mouth. It's there should be a poster of that in every town, everywhere, because there's just some people that just common sense just goes right out the window. I'm not saying you. This is not. I'm not casting aspersions on you at all.
I'm just trying to earn my place among the rest of you. And I figure jump down the dragon's throat that's going to get me in. As long as I kill it on the way out. I cut my way back out, then I'm in, I'm sure. That's my plan.
That's definitely a tactic, to be sure. Not the way I would go, but, again, everybody's...
If I'm in the mouth, I'm cutting my way out. That's what I got to do.
Works for me. But we're all watching you. We're all got your back, that. And keep up the good work.
Save a pint for me when I join you one day. And just keep watching. There's going to be more fun ahead.
Oh, I intend to. It's like dinner and a show. It's great. But yeah, just be careful. I don't want to see you here too soon.
I hear you. Okay. And Drovar rolls over and I assume goes back to sleep. Content.
Oh yeah. You don't even wake up. You just kind of as Amala is actually when Amala, you wake up from your jolting awake, and you see this huge grin just come over Drovar's face.
Yes, out of the mouth.
Must be having a good dream.
Oddly enough, Amala, actually make me a perception check, please.
$21.
21. As you're just watching him smile, you realize, wait a minute. Wasn't he burned on that side of the face? And wasn't his beard mostly? His beard is back. His face is not burned anymore. Corporal.
Fucking magic.
Clean living.
You're kind of inside of your tub, just chilling, sleeping, relaxing. In the back of your mind, you feel this wrenching, burning pain. And it's just for an instant. And then it's gone. It doesn't break you out of your sleep, but you definitely register it. And somewhere in the back of your mind, you can feel swarming around you the spirit of Teague. Just for a few moments, almost as if Teague wants you to know that he's there, and then into the gym.
It doesn't wake me though, you said, right?
It's kind of like that half awake, half asleep feeling. You could, if you wanted to, bring yourself out of it, but it doesn't like jolt you out of your sleep.
Can I attempt to follow him into the gym?
Absolutely.
I would like to do that.
Okay. Without breaking your sleep, you begin to focus on the gym, the Warden's Respite, and you begin to concentrate. And as you do, you feel yourself be pulled into the gym and find yourself in the familiar, warm, comforting surroundings of Chult. At least the facsimile of Chult here in the gym, where you can see your three companions in their spirit forms floating around. There is a slight electrical charge around Teague's spirit form.
I'll kind of walk toward him and kind of like, putting my hand up in like a calming gesture. And I'll just kind of in grung be like, you did well. I put a lot of pressure on you, and I understand that it may have been too much. And I'll kind of like bring my hand close, but let him make the final like connection if he wants to like rub his nuzzle, but I won't touch him without his permission.
He begins to kind of come in closer, and as he does, and he does begin to put his muzzle into your hand, he begins to solidify. He's not in his spirit form. And you see that electrical charge just kind of dissipate as it does. And he's just like, and he just nuzzles against your hand.
And I kind of like look at him because I'm not sure how magic works. So I go, did you find him? Do you want revenge?
He actually ponders that for a moment, and then just kind of looks at you and goes,
do you want to rest for a while? Well, how about you rest here for a while? And I kind of look toward Knack, and I go, why don't you join me on the outside for a little bit? Let T earn his rest. And I kind of like put up my arm like, a falconeer and try to drift back. Actually, no, fuck it. I'm going to spend the rest of the night in Chult and hang out with my piece. Fuck that. I don't need to come out of this dumb trance. They'll wake me if they need me.
All right, perfect. Okay, yeah, and so you spend the rest of the evening in the Warden's Respite. physically inside your underwater inside your tub. And you watch as Teague just kind of as Teague moves away from you, turns back into his spirit form and just kind of like rushes into some of the brush and disappears.
Yeah, I figured for like the rest of the dream or where I am, I'm gonna spend time exploring this place because I haven't really done that. So
Okay.
I'll kind of like spend my dream space
Sure.
just kind of enjoying the environment and trying to figure out maybe if I could place where this was or if it isn't anywhere. I don't know.
Okay. Make a perception check for me, please.
Dirty 20.
All right. Yeah, you spent some time kind of wandering the forest area, and oddly enough, in real Chult, in your real homeland, there's always that sense of you have to be alert, you have to be aware of your surroundings. Anything can kill you at any minute. But you don't feel that here. You feel you're still aware, you're still alert, but you definitely don't feel like something could come around the corner at any moment and attack you. There is definitely a feeling of safety and welcoming here. But you do begin to make your way around and you see many spirits, not as solid as your three companions, but you can definitely see them flitting around, different colors, greens, purples, reds, yellows. You can tell that some of them are possibly just like jungle birds. Others are much larger than your companions. You feel as if one of the ones that you saw is possibly a thunder lizard, but you're not entirely sure because it is not as solid as your companions, those that chose you and you chose. But at one point, you do come to this large, essentially it's bigger than a pond. It's like the beginnings of a lake. And you can see on the opposite side of the shore of this lake, the spirits of many animals, either lounging or partaking from this lake in one way or another. Some of them swimming through the lake. And because you rolled so high, there is a particular spirit that catches your eye. It is more solid than the rest, not as solid as your companions, but it is more solid than the others and is giving off this kind of purplish glow that is much brighter than the rest. From this distance, you're probably about on the other side of this lake. It's probably at least 80 to 100 feet, from where you're standing. But it's hard to make out details. It is tiny. It's probably about the size of Knack, but you can't make out the details. It definitely has wings, though.
I will kind of gesture toward the shoreline, and I'll look for the immaterial form of Maul, which is my it's a Mesosaurus, like almost like Loch Ness-esque.
Right.
And I go, Maul, I need your help here, buddy.
As you just think about Maul, you watch as the water of this lake begins to kind of shimmer and shake, and you watch as the large serpentine head of your companion just emerges already from the lake. And it's just kind of like,
I kind of like, I stroke his head and I'm like, sorry, I don't get to use you much, but trust me, when we find a good place to swim, you're coming out. And I need your help. I want to go find, what is that thing? And I'll kind of like go onto his back.
Yep.
And
definitely allows, without issue, you're able to get on his back and begins to kind of very slowly kind of make their way across this lake. And as you're getting closer, some of the spirits just begin to immediately just disappear, but not all of them. There's probably a good dozen or so that are kind of watching you intently to see exactly what it is that you're going to do. And as you get closer and closer, it's strange. It's still hard to discern what this spirit is. You can definitely see wings, because that's actually what kind of caught your attention, was like this kind of tiny wingspan. And those seem to be the most detailed parts of this spirit. The rest of it is mostly obscure. And then you realize that the spirit doesn't actually have a full shape yet. It's just wings, definitely defined. And they're very kind of membranous. There's like almost like bat wings almost, but not exactly. But the rest of its body is almost no shape. It's obscured by the purple, like glowing energy. And it doesn't move until you get almost 10 feet from it. And it just begins kind of like, not away from you, just gets higher.
All right, I'll kind of like call out to it in initially Grung, because that's my native tongue. And I'll be like, hello?
Make a persuasion check for me.
Natural 1, baby.
It continues to go higher. It stops for a moment as you call out. And you get the sense that you have caught its attention. But then it continues getting a little higher and higher until finally it is just outside of the range that you can make out now any details of the wings anymore.
All right, so I call Knack back to me.
Okay.
And with my connection to nature that has just grown strongly, I will cast Beast Sense to see and hear through Knack's eyes.
Okay.
It's a willing creature, and I will send Knack to try to engage in understanding it and trying to get a better view.
Okay. As you do this, Knack moves towards this spirit. The spirit is probably, I want to say, wow, like at least like 90 to 100 feet up in the air at this point. And Knack is just flying towards it. And in seeing through Knack's eyes, you can see that the spirit is not moving as Knack is getting closer. And Knack finally gets right up to the spirit. And you can just see this swirling purple energy that is making up, for lack of a better term, its body. And the only detail, it wasn't your eyes. The only detail that you can make out are the wings. The wings specifically seem to be fully formed, but it's almost as if the rest of it is not. And you're not unsure why at this moment. I would say, with your background, make me an insight check with advantage.
That will be a 23.
As you're looking more intently through Knack's eyes, those are definitely draconic type wings, which is very, very different than any of the spirits that you've encountered here in the respite.
And I'm blind and deaf from my perspective, but I can see through Knack's eyes and ears. I will loudly call out in Draconic, "Ahoy! I wish to parlay."
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
That's at least double digits, so that's a 12.
It's 12. You definitely gain its attention as it stops, kind of like facing Knack, and then just kind of like turns towards you, and it begins to descend.
I, as quickly as possible, return to my senses because I don't want to be caught blind and not
Okay.
understanding.
Yeah, and it's coming fast. Like it's like, and as you did, Knack begins to follow it down. You come back into your senses, and as you do, just as your eyes refocus to your sight, it is in front of you, and you can absolutely see draconic wings and this swirling purplish energy that these wings are just protruding from. It has no form other than these wings.
Again, in Draconic, I say, "What are you?"
There's definitely, you get more of an impression than an answer. Oddly enough, you're gonna have to make an insight check again with advantage to try and understand. You're starting to get your senses are becoming bombarded with feelings and emotion that you're gonna have to sort through.
That will be a 20, dirty.
20. It's so hard to sort through these emotions. It feels like just raw emotion and energy, like being just kind of like bombarded into your brain. But as you begin to sort through them, nearest you can figure, this is a spirit, a draconic spirit that is yet to be formed. And it seems confused, but also excited that someone can speak to it in its language.
So I'll kind of like gently reach my hand toward at least the formed wing because I don't want to like reach into its weird unformed body.
Okay.
And I'll see if I can touch it because I know that when I started interacting with my spirits, they became a little bit more real.
Okay. As you kind of put your hand out, it doesn't move. And you begin to kind of touch the wing. And the wing itself stays transparent. And your hand passes slightly through. You can feel there's definitely there's some kind of pressure there. There's like the beginning of it taking some kind of solid form, but it's not all the way there yet, even with your hand passing through it. It's very strange. It's unlike your companions, but similar to them as well.
So again, I'll say I don't understand what you are, but I wish to learn. If you will teach me, I want to help. But again, I don't know how.
It sends you different emotions and different impressions. And with the same roll, with the same insight check that you had prior, this time the impression you're getting is, I need a body. And that's kind of like all you're getting. Like it just kind of those emotions repeating. And again, the excitement is palpable on it. Again, as like it seems to have been almost kind of isolated in this place because it seems to be the only one that you can see.
So I kind of like look around for a second and go, I think I understand why this was so guarded and valuable now. The spirits of Chult is something, but having a spirit of a dragon trapped in here, that makes so much more sense why it would be so valuable. I kind of like think to it and speak it, but I don't understand how to give you a body. And I'll kind of go through like when I called Teague and Knack and Maul, they come with me through the gem. Do you need something to possess? I don't understand how you would form.
It just keeps sending the same impressions, almost as if it doesn't know how to answer you, but it answers you in the only way it knows how. I need a body.
Well, then we'll find one. And I guess I'll talk to that witch. She might know stuff about magic. And I'll do and for the rest of it, I'll kind of like dismiss my Maul and Knack, and I will kind of like study it and do my best to try to understand. Because again, he's not very, like, he has religion, but he's not very skilled in the doctrines or the machinations of magic. So he'll do his best to kind of like take a moment and like meditate, and while sitting with this, try to kind of commune with this place to understand what that actually means. Because like he'll go kill someone, he'll find a body, but he doesn't know he doesn't feel like that's the right answer.
Right.
Could I make a nature check to try to get a better understanding of at least the magical side of this?
Yeah, I will say, I'll leave it up to you. You can make a nature or arcana check.
Yeah, I'm fucking nature. Screw arcana. That's for witchery. I don't know that stuff. That's a 19 nature.
Okay. And then I need you to make a wisdom check for me, please.
That's a 19 wisdom.
Okay. So you spend, again, time is very different here, but you spend some time with this spirit, and you also spend some time just trying to get a sense of what the Warden's Respite truly is. And over the course of this meditation that you take, a few things happen. At some point, the spirit you get the impression the spirit does get kind of tired and flies off to find some rest. And this actually gives you the focus to delve deeper into the actual respite itself. And as you do, you start to feel the energy of this place. And at first you feel the energy of nature. Then you feel a somewhat unfamiliar energy that when you begin to focus on it, you realize, oh, this is magic. It's not terrible, but it's just not something that you're 100% comfortable with, given your background. And then you delve a little deeper, and you realize that this is not just a respite for the spirits of creatures from your homeland. This can also be used as a prison. And you don't feel that this is a malevolent place, but there is this dark energy that is attached to it. It's very, very slight. And the impression that you get is that it does take the energy of those who hold it. And it does the will of those who hold it. And you start to get the impression that, because you feel like you haven't explored like 1/100th of this place yet. Like, it is massive. And there's possibly more answers the more you explore. But you are in a good place. And there are probably some areas within the respite that are not so good. But because of your energy and you being the master of this gem at this particular moment, you have been immediately placed in a place that matches your energy. But that doesn't stop you from going any place else you would like.
I think I'm going to form a hunting party with my 3 companions, and I think we're going to have to explore the Darklands, maybe either now or in the future.
Okay. As you think this, because of your wisdom check, you get this flash, this impression of this swamp. Dirty, disgusting, dangerous. You can see the bones and decaying bodies of small animals and creatures floating on the top of the swamp. The trees are withered and decaying. And then as quickly as you see this, it immediately leaves your mind. But you do know that's someplace here within the respite.
Can I ask, do I think that I could bring my friends here for maybe a long rest adventure into the Cholton jungles with me if we figured a way maybe through Basha to help explore this place?
Make another nature check for me.
That's a 23.
23. You feel that you could possibly do that with some time and with some research. But you also know that this is a place of spirits. And that should you do that, it will be the spirits of your companions that accompany you. But you never know. You could talk to Basha, you could talk to the Wizard Mafia, you could probably figure something out and maybe change that. But initially, that's the impression that you get.
I will keep that in mind.
All right. And you spend the rest of your evening communing with the respite and getting some much needed rest. And you feel very comfortable and at ease in this place. But that flash of that swamp just kind of stays with you. It's a little upsetting. Bocek. You wake to the smell of beer. You wake also to the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses. And as you kind of open your eyes, you find yourself sitting in a corner of a bar. And you look around and, wait a minute, this is your bar. This is a bar that you've worked in, the Black Wormling's Breath, for many, many years. And as you look around to see what the source of the laughter is coming from, you can see standing at the bar 3 female Goliaths. And they are kind of standing there. They have these large tankards in their hands, and they're kind of drinking and laughing. One of them has these elaborate kind of almost like barbed wire tattoos starting from the top of her head, kind of going down to her neck. She's wearing mostly like a toga kind of situation. Actually, 3 of them are all wearing kind of toga situations. Different colors. One is purple, one is blue, one is pink. This one's particularly has this long braid of hair, just from the top of her head, is kind of going all the way down her back. The other one, similarly dressed. This one has 2 braids intertwined into 1 braid. The other one has 3 braids intertwined into 1 braid. And they're all just kind of standing there, and they're just talking and laughing and drinking. And as you kind of wake up, the one with the single braid, she kind of looks, she goes, "Oh, you're awake. We were wondering if, when you would awaken, if you would care to join us for a drink.
Oh, yes, give me 1 second. Let me get behind the bar.
Oh, no. This not for you to work. This is for you to enjoy.
This is where I work.
All three of them look at each other and they just kind of burst out into laughter. And the one with the single braid just kind of like, she reaches over to the bar and grabs a pint glass that's just kind of sitting there. And she just walks over, she brings it to you, she puts it in front of you. Today is your day off.
But I was on vacation yesterday.
And today you are still on vacation.
Okay.
And so she begins, she puts the glass down in front of you, you begin to drink, she drinks. The female Goliath with the two braids walks over to you and she goes, "You look a little tense. Would you like for me to massage your shoulders? Is that all right?"
No thank you. Shoulders okay.
Shoulders okay. How about your feet? I have magic hands.
No, you just drink and be happy. That's all I want.
Okay. And so she grabs her beer and they all, because she makes her way over to you where you're sitting. The one with the three braids comes over and she kind of looks at you and she kind of looks at you very intense. And you can see her tattoos look like icicles almost. They start at her, like the top of her cheekbones and then just kind of go down her neck. And you can see also on her arms as well. And she just kind of looks at you intently. She goes, "You're Bocek, right?"
Yes. Hello, I am Bocek.
We know. And they all just kind of like laugh and like kind of look at you. And they just all sip the beer at the same time. It's a little creepy. And he's like, "You sure you don't want to have some fun? Have a good time? That's why we're here."
I have good time when I feed people and give them beer. I have good time when I make people smile.
You don't like it when people do the same for you? You don't feel good about that?
I like sharing meal and sharing beer. I don't like people doing things for me. I like people doing things with me. It's about sharing. Make others happy, they make you happy. No one-way street. That's no good. That's bad.
As you say this, all three of them look at each other like at the same time. They turn their heads and they look at each other and they all nod at the same time. And then they take a swig of their beer at the same time. And just as you're looking at this, Bocek, make an insight check for me, please.
Sorry, it's not loading for some reason.
Okay.
There we go. Ooh, 18.
18, nice. Yeah, all three of them, besides the color of their togas and the number of braids they have, they are identical. Like eerily identical. But you don't recognize them. You've never seen them before.
So, new campaign, who dis? I've never met any of you before. I do not believe we had the opportunity to meet. All three of you know me. I don't know you. Who are you?
The one with the single braid. She looks at you. She goes, "Oh, I'm Agatha." And then the one with the two braids, she goes, "I'm Aggie." And then the third one, she goes, "I'm Martha."
Okay. And you all know my friend Lyra.
As you say this, two things happen. immediately they just slam their pint mugs onto the table, and their smiles immediately go away. As Agatha takes a breath to say something, immediately you begin hearing the loudest chiming of bells that you've ever heard. And there is this sudden swarm of bubbles that just encapsulates the whole bar. And immediately your sight is obscured. And then the bubbles pop, 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 begin to pop quickly, immediately. You're still in the bar. The three Goliath women are still standing there. But immediately behind them is your girlfriend, Alira. And she immediately...
Get the hell away from him. He's mine.
And as they turn around to look at her, immediately 3 lightning bolts. And the 3 Goliath women are gone. And it's just you and Lyra in the bar right now.
Ooh, that was close.
What is going on here? Bocek very confused.
Don't worry. You did listen. I told you that you're very special and that I had my eye on you for a while. But the truth is that others have kind of had their eye on you too. And they're kind of not so nice. And so that was those were skanks. Don't worry about that. They just you don't want to be involved with them. They're terrible people. They don't know how to party. They don't know how to have a good time. They just take, and they give nothing in return. Not like you, because you're super awesome.
So who do skanks work for? Because I probably need, if other people come after me, I'd probably tell Drovar, because no make friends danger.
Oh no, your friends aren't in danger. And as long as you've got me, and you've always got me, you're not in danger anyway. I was kind of I wasn't paying attention for 2 seconds, and as I said, they just kind of they were woohoo, they did a thingy, and it's not important, it's all technical. Just all you need to worry about is just keep being you. And you handled that. That was magnificent. The way you handled that, and you just told them to essentially you did the nice fuck off thing. That was so good, and they were not prepared for it, and they were about to take it to the next level. That's why I came, because they're not gonna hurt my Bocek.
Wait, I didn't tell anybody to fuck off. I just explained that no do nice if other can't.
Yeah, and that's for them, because they're skinks. That's a fuck off for them. So they're not nice. They look like they're nice, and they try to look like what they think you want, and entice you, and then they get you, and then they just get their hooks into you, and just kind of take, yeah. But you know what? It's not important. I'm not bitter. It's fine. They're just not going to get their hooks into you, not as long as I'm around.
Well, I don't like hooks very much.
Yeah, I do
not.
Hooks are terrible.
I do not like people who throw hooks at me. Those damn hookers keep throwing hooks at me.
Ooh, I like that better than skanks. Yeah, I think that's what. Yeah, I like that. See, Bocek, that's why you're my favorite. I love you so much. So, but yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. You and your friends are doing really good stuff. People at Greenest are lucky to have you. careful with the dragons. Don't worry about the hookers. I really like that. It rolls off the tongue. Don't worry about the hookers. And I'll take care of that. If they show up again, just be you and you should be fine until I get there. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay? Alright, so you be you. I love you so much, Bojack.
I love you too, Lyra. Good night.
Alright, you have a good night, sweetie.
And then immediately your vision begins to go dark, and you feel like you are back having a good night's rest. You all awake some hours later. Congratulations, you have a long rest.
God.
Thank the gods.
Hit the button. Hit the long rest button. You now have your full hit points back, skills, spells, rages, key points, all the goodness.
I can do so much.
And a few things you realize as you all begin to slowly wake, except for you, Gorple. Basha, Bocek, Amala, and Drovar, as you awake, there are no windows here in the actual area that they've set up for you. So it's still kind of dark, but you all begin to kind of like slowly rouse. And there is a very, very slight fire that is beginning to kind of go down to the coals by the hearth where Gorple's tub is. And you can see Gorple still under the water, not moving.
I'm gonna go over and be like, I need something long to poke him.
I just,
okay?
I will rap on the side of his tub a little bit, just dung 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 dung.
Okay. There doesn't seem to be any response, and no movement to the sudden rapping sound.
I'm gonna touch his tub and make it a little bit more chilly. Maybe that'll wake him.
Make a Amala, make a wisdom. Oh, just a straight wisdom check for me.
When he's under the water, do we see any bubbles ever come up? Just
Nope.
curious. Okay.
I got a nat 20 for 22.
Gorple, as you are still kind of meditating within the respite, as warm as this area is for you, you start to see a frost begin to kind of set upon the ground, and it's starting to get really, really chilly. This is weird.
This is terrible. This is not how this place works. What the fuck's going on?
I don't want to freeze him to death. Just a little bit chilly.
All right, hold on. All right, go. All right, Knack, come on, let's go, and I'll try to get back.
And yeah, as you do this, Amal, Gorple, you come back to yourself, and you can see your companions are standing around your tub, staring down into the water at you. You all watch as this small flying dinosaur shoots out of the water. Amala, you've never seen this before, Amala. Basha,
Basha was definitely hovering with her staff over it to poke the staff down, so she has to back up
And this small dinosaur rests on the corner of the hearth, and is now just kind of staring at all of you. Ah! And
What in the world is that?
Why is it so cold? Ah! I fucking jump out of the tub and run to within a half foot of the fire, and I'm just shivering because I'm a fucking cold-blooded creature. I'm like, ah!
Well, he's awake.
I didn't do it. It was not me.
This is the worst. Who did this?
Welcome back to the world of the awake there, Gorple.
I was awake the whole time. It's not here.
How does that work?
We don't know. We don't
Oh,
ask.
I went inside. I went inside my necklace spiritually, but my body was here.
Oh, you have interesting evening also?
I had a crazy evening, and I need both Amala and Bosch's opinions.
Oh,
Okay.
As I kind of like sip on. Also, I could use like a dry towel. That would be super great too.
I'm just gonna prestidigitate the water off of. Well, I guess if I start doing that, I might dry you out. But I'm gonna try to just get just the water.
No, I absorbed all the
Cold
water
water.
I need through my skin. I just need to. It's
Okay.
just so cold.
Yeah, that's that. You're able to do that without an issue. It'll take you a few minutes, but yeah.
Oh, that's so much better. Okay, so I went into the hunter's livery, or I think it's now. I think it's the respite. I'm not sure. I think it's more than it seems. This crystal.
Okay, can we start with what that is?
Okay, remember this crystal, Bosher? You remember
Right.
it?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so this crystal kind of has like a facsimile, I guess, of Chult, like a microcosm, as it were, but like in a spiritual sense. And it's where Knack and Teague and my other friends come out of when I need them.
Right. You pull your scaly friends out of there. Yeah. That was
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
But they're kind of like spirits of that place. Is that
Okay.
so? I stole this from my tribe. It was apparently one of the most important and powerful things in my tribe's possession. And on my way out, I may have taken it.
Well, no, you did because you got it.
Yeah, but if anyone asked, I did it.
Right.
And so I thought it was just like it was gonna help me, get along where I needed to go on my way out of the area, escape my tribe. It might give me leverage. But then when I took a boat over to this continent, I kind of put it on and I started to get familiar. Well, no, actually, with Basha, when we were at the bars, the first time I ever examined what was in the pouch, I thought the pouch just had money and jewels, honestly, that I took. But apparently it had this. Now, this item lets you kind of have like a deeper spiritual connection with the land, with Chult. But I think it might also be a prison now that I've explored it a little more. So, my friends come out and they're a little bit more physical. Oh, by the way, Teague made it on his adventure, but he did not make it. He passed away before but he's back in the gym. So I couldn't really get a lot of recon information, but I'm pretty sure he met the dragon and died because he was covered in electricity when I met him, and he did not want revenge, which is why Knack is out here because I'm letting Teague rest.
Okay.
So now, to continue the story.
I just kind of look over at Basha like, yeah, okay, we're
So when I was in there, I went more exploring, which I haven't really done in a while because we've been so busy doing other stuff. And I found this weird, I don't know, spirit that had draconic wings. That's why I wanted Amala to kind of get a second opinion on this, because she knows stuff about dragons. Not to be racist or anything, but you seem to really like dragons. Besides that. And so when I went to talk to this thing, it was like an unformed spirit.
Oh,
You cut out.
went-
It was
we
an
went-
cut
unformed
out.
spirit.
Sorry. It was like an unformed spirit, and it didn't really know what it wanted to be. Besides that, it needed a body to form. Now it reminded me of my spirits that I have that are that help me, but now I'm also kind of worried about the spirits that help me because this gem I think is a prison, and I'm not cool with enslaving things and making them do my will. That's kind of why I left my people.
All right. Well, okay. I mean, I'm not part of the wizard mafia or anything like that. It's not like I understand it, but so you can let your friends out, but you say you can talk to them, right?
Yep.
Are they happy here, and do they want to go back? Because that would kind of tell you whether it's a prison, right?
Well, that's
Yeah.
the thing. I don't force like Knack. I asked him to come with me. I didn't force him to come with me.
Well, no, I get that, but do they prefer being here or in there?
I actually don't think they care
So why do you think it's a prison?
because I noticed that so I learned a little bit. I did what like Bochek's been talking to me about, like sometimes when you don't party, you got to like concentrate and focus on yourself to like get yourself clear of mind. And so I did that inside and I kind of like meditated and I like connected with the place. And I knew that there were like dark parts of this place. And I knew that it was like holding things in. And because I was holding the crystal and using it, I only went to the good places because it kind of like drains and reflects its master, the crystal. And I'm currently its master, I guess. I don't know.
Just as a point of order, you learned during your meditation that is called the Hunter's Respite. You thought it was delivery because of all of the animals. Your meditation has given you more insight. It is the Hunter's Respite rather than delivery.
Yeah, and I thought it was like a livery where like you call upon things and they come for you, but it's apparently the Hunter's Respite. So that to me sounds like a resting place. But I saw a lot of creatures in there, and some were native to Chult. So like part of me feels like maybe someone like killed a bunch of creatures and like captured their souls and put them in this crystal, and that's really disconcerting.
I don't like that.
I don't.
Very
That's
odd.
That's like Red Wizard of Thay kind of stuff. I don't like
Okay.
that at all.
I would like to remind you, Chult is horrible, and the wizards there are even worse.
Yeah.
And my people are pretty bad.
All right, I'm taller than you, but this is going way over my head. I mean, the one question I'm going to ask is then, did this thing come from Chult in the first place, or did your tribe get it?
I have no idea.
Well, that's a good question. We should find out about those cultists, though, that are out
Yeah.
there.
But last but not least, there was a dark place in there that I wanted to explore. And I think with Bosch's help, we might be able to get everyone inside if you want to help me. But you can't get there physically. Only I can be there physically. You'd have to astral. Well, I guess we're all technically actually projecting there. But maybe if you could help me solve the mysteries inside, it would be pretty cool. We got other problems.
We have,
We do.
yeah, we do have other.
Lots
but-
of them.
We'll add that to a list.
But
Oh,
I'll,
yeah,
just,
put
say,
it on
I'll
the
just say there is a weird dragon spirit in there, Amala, and you might be able to get better insight than I do, because I really don't know much. Except this lizard man once told me about how much dragons are the worst and where their weak spots are and how to kill them.
I'd love to talk to you about that. Yeah,
I mean, I could tell you what I learned from him.
that'd be handy. Yeah, handy. All right, let's get some food and go find out. You know, they let us sleep, so that's either there's no real problem, or they're all dead out there, and we don't just nobody
if
came
they
in.
were all dead, we'd already be dead.
Did anybody else have weird dreams? Because Gorple wasn't the only. Okay, good. Basha too had talked to people in sleep.
I had a
Talked
pretty
to
good
people,
dream.
but it went well.
Oh, good.
Jan gave me food.
You talked to Jan.
You all begin to notice that Drovar's burns on his face and his beard is completely back to normal, and his burns on his face are gone.
Drovar, what beard oil you use? Because it looked great.
Oh.
Drovar, Drovar, as you look down, you haven't put your bracers on yet this morning, but as you look down at your tattoos on the left side of your arm, on your left forearm, you can clearly see one of the tattoos looks like a dragon head. On your right arm, where you still have the burns are gone from your arm as well, except for one small portion in the shape of a lightning bolt, and it is actually outlined by a tattoo. So it's almost like it's framed by the tattoo, but that is the only mark that shows that you were burned.
So is this kind of like almost like a fighter plane with like the flags along the side? It's like starting to mark history of been there, killed that kind of thing.
Kind of.
Yeah. He's like, well, so Drovar's kind of looking at this. He looks a little surprised at first, and then he just smiles. It's like strokes the full beard, and he's like starts looking around for some rings to braid through and get it set up. It's like, ancient dwarven secret. He just walks away.
All right. So I had issues with my dreams.
Okay.
Hookers tried to kidnap me.
What?
Don't worry, Lyra stepped in.
Okay. Wait,
But-
Lyra came again in your dream. Okay.
Yes. Lyra. Okay, so I was back at bar, and Lyra called them skanks, and then we decided hooker better name.
Okay.
They tried to give me back rubs and foot rubs, and I tried to explain. Listen, I don't want that thing unless I don't like people giving me stuff without me giving them. If I make food, we share food. If you make food, we share food. If I make beer, we. Point is, they were very insistent that I just get without giving, and they tried to kidnap me or something, and then Lyra struck them all with lightning.
No.
Yes, Corporal.
Are skanks baby lizard folk?
No, those are skinks.
Those are skinks.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought they were secretly like baby lizard folk inside also. Okay,
Maybe.
that cleared things up.
Who's Lyra?
But I wanted to get a better
Well,
idea.
oh boy.
Lyra's my girlfriend.
She's also a goddess.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
What?
Yeah. Wait,
There's a
show her
reason
your
he's lived this
tattoo.
long.
Show her
There's a
your
reason.
tattoo.
I show my tattoo.
Bocek, as you kind of pull the cloth back to show her the tattoo, you see amongst Bocek's very, very strange childlike tattoos, there's clearly a heart in the middle. What's new for everyone, including you, Bocek, is that the word mine is now in the middle of the heart.
A little bit concerning. A little bit.
Whoa.
Oh, that's new.
That is new.
Oh, that's cute.
Is it though?
That's a word.
And, back when I was a lad, when we wanted something, we'd lick it.
I guess, yeah. I guess now these
Claim it.
kids.
That does
tattoo each
not
other.
open up an invitation.
Just, you've been licked, boy. Licked by God. Oh, I'm gonna finish getting my beard ready.
But speaking of gods coming to us in dreams, I got to talk with Bahamut last night, which was fantastic.
Oh, how did that go?
It went very well. I was able to ask him some questions. However, he did bring up one thing that I wanted to ask you all. He said to ask you about the maps that you found in the mines.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
you mean
Right. We found that one and we didn't know where it went.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
had the scholars copy it and they're translating it. I have the original with me.
Can I take a look at it?
Yeah, if God says
Sure.
take a look. Let's see what we can find.
I
Hmm.
mean, he's like one god, but all right.
Dragon god.
Watch your tongue, Warple.
I'm like,
I'm just saying, no gods have really helped me out except for maybe Lyra, but she like literally showed up. So I'm just saying. But,
Well,
The
Lyra,
bar's pretty high, I got to admit.
dragon god.
Right.
Hmm.
I need a brush.
but
a better
anyway,
brush.
I'll kind of pull out like a nice scroll tube that I imagine the librarians have given me to hold it,
Oh yeah.
and I'll kind of pass it to you. My hands are a little slimy, so I'm not gonna reach for this paper. It's really old, so be careful.
All right, I'm going to take it out, Chris.
Okay. Make a dexterity check for me, Amala. This is to see how delicate you are when pulling out this map.
Dirty 20.
Okay. So yeah, you use actually don't even use your fingers. You use the claws on your fingers to kind of like just very delicately pull it out and begin to open it. And as you open it, are you proficient in history?
Let me see. I am not proficient. No.
Okay, so If you like, you can make a history check at disadvantage. It's a pretty high DC.
All right, and that's the only thing I can roll.
All right.
That's
Do we
it.
have any inspiration out there? Just
We do.
I
we
will.
haven't been killing
We have a
anybody,
lot.
but maybe there's a couple that been donated.
Yeah,
Alright,
you
so-
have right now. Yeah, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 group inspirations.
All right, before you do anything, and look at this, I could lend you the knowledge that we have all collectively gathered. Would you want that? Would that help you? I don't know what you're trying to find out, what your god told you.
I don't know either, so give me whatever you have.
All right, so I will bond Amala, myself, and Basha to the pack, giving you an emboldening bond, and I will also guide Amala. So Amala, you can add 2d4 to this roll.
Okay.
All right, so my first roll was an 8 with disadvantage plus 6.
Okay. Do you want to use a group inspiration?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay.
And
go
I
ahead.
would, I would re-roll all of that then with the inspiration.
Did you roll the 4s already?
Yes.
Keep the 4s. Reroll the reroll the initial.
That's a 17.
Okay, so 17 plus.
A full 17.
Oh, full 17. Okay. You look at it. You don't even understand like the symbols and odd things that are on it. Like it's just doesn't make any sense. It's clearly a map leading to somewhere. It doesn't ring any bells.
What language is it in, or can I tell that?
You can't even tell what language it is.
Nothing that a religion check wouldn't help me with.
Are you proficient in religion?
Yes.
That'll be a straight roll. And you still have the 2d4s to help you with that.
I'll recast guidance.
Thank you.
But the emboldening bond lasts 10 minutes.
I feel emboldened.
That's a 19 then.
19. As you're kind of looking at it and you're kind of going through, just like different things in your mind, like there's like an itch, like there's something familiar about this, but you just can't grasp it. Like it's just eluding you, unfortunately. But it seems like, considering that Bob, said something to you about it, and now it looks like there's something about it that's bothering you. Like obviously this is important. It means something. You're just not sure what it means.
Looks like we might have to wait until it's translated. Like there's something about it. Like I know that there's something that's leading somewhere, but I can't make it out.
I have some of the best scholars in Neverwinter working on it. But again, they told me it would be a few weeks until they got anything really concrete. It's been a while.
We might have answers by now. We've been on the road for a while. It's just, can we get word to them?
I think we need to kind of solve what's going on here first before we can really leave. I can't justly leave this area before we either deal with this cult or this dragon. Let's kind of find out what's going on, I guess.
And Corporal, you do recall that you were told that the scholars would contact you like immediately once they had it translated.
I did tell them that we are on our way to Greenest. So if they've translated in the time that we've been here, we might get a messenger. But they're going to tell me as soon as possible. And I don't know if that's via magic or via an actual physical messenger. But I know didn't it take us a few weeks to get here from Neverwinter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, if they translate it the next day, that's great. But if they translate it a week or two later, we can expect it to wait that kind of delay. We don't know.
And they probably send the message to Phandalin.
Also, Chris, can I also roll about the dragon spirit or the dragon wing spirit that Gorple was talking about?
Make it, because you're being told secondhand, you haven't seen it yourself. I would say make an insight check at disadvantage to kind of see if you can kind of get an idea of what Gorple's telling you about.
Because I was also going to ask if I could actually talk to Jan about it. But
Just a 13.
13. There's so many small dragons. Like there's pseudo dragons. There's there's like so many different types. Like you'd have to see it for yourself to kind of get a better idea. Like pseudo dragons definitely comes to mind considering how small he talked. But Gorple also said a lot of weird words. Like you didn't completely understand everything he was saying. So
Gorple did say it wants a body, right? I'm just,
Yeah, Basha got real nervous with
that didn't ring bells at all.
It wouldn't ring bells. I'm just making sure that was actually said, and I don't want to
Oh yeah.
Act on that without knowing it. Okay.
Yeah,
oh, no,
Basha's
that was
a
totally
little
said.
nervous ever since she heard that. She's like, I don't like that. That does not sound good.
All right. Basha, you said you wanted to talk with Jan about it?
Yeah, well, I was kind of going to see if Jan heard anything of this. I'm just going to I'm going to take out the spellbook and I'm going to be like, Jan, this is, I guess this isn't really me calling on you, but I have a question, if you can answer.
Sure. What can I do for you?
So, is there a thing where consciousnesses can be trapped inside objects? Clearly that works for spell books and people do that. So I don't know what I'm trying to ask. It sounds like Gorple has souls or something trapped in the gem. I'm trying to figure out who would do that other than just wizards, I guess.
I know what you know and whatever you put inside. So, let me think about this.
Okay.
Basha, roll me an Arcana check.
You are technically emboldened since you are thinking about it now.
So do I get 2 d4s?
You only
not?
get 1 d4 because I
1d4,
don't
okay.
I don't know that you're trying to figure it out, so I can't guidance you.
Sorry, did you say Arcana, Chris? What'd you
Yeah,
say?
Arcana.
Oh, nice. Okay, so that's 18 plus 7, 25, 26, 27, so 28 total.
Nice. All right.
Thanks for that.
If honestly, it sounds a little necromantic to me.
That's what I thought.
About wanting a body or a spirit wanting a body. There are a couple of things. If I recall correctly, during some of your classes, there were instances in talking about how necromancers could use gems to encapsulate souls within them to transfer their consciousness into other bodies and such. But honestly, I would need to know more information and understand what kind of soul this is and
Well, it's apparently a dragon soul, so considering what you told me, yeah, I know.
That if it is a dragon who is an expert in a necromancer, possibly, that could be very dangerous.
That's what I thought too. Well, I'll let them know. Of course, I'm saying this half out loud, so
Right,
you guys are hearing half of it.
Yeah, Drover is watching. It's like, I don't like what she's saying.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear the other half, but she doesn't seem happy about it.
Yeah, you all just hear the Basha part of that conversation.
You are all such an odd group.
Yes.
You had to get used to it. I'm the only one that doesn't have invisible friends.
What are you talking about?
You had the axe.
Bullshit!
The axe didn't talk to me. The axe just warned me
yeah.
about trees.
Okay.
It's different, and I got rid of it.
And to be fair, you literally shout to your ancestors, and occasionally they appear. They can be invisible all along.
Only
And-
during deadly combats.
And you have magically regrowing beard.
I don't argue with them. I don't
It's
hang
weird,
out with
this
them.
is
It's not like they're here. They're just watching and having a beer and watching the fight.
How do we
Alright.
do that?
All right, who gave you tattoos then?
Well, they
Yeah,
just showed up. I told you, ancient dwarves.
Invisible people giving you tattoos.
Yep.
Okay, look at your chest, buddy. Okay, all right, you can't read probably, but someone's marked you as mine. That's what it says right there.
At least you met mine.
Yeah, she was
That's
cute.
true. We did meet her. It's true.
I've met a couple of her clerics.
I wish you all could meet Jan. Sadly, I don't know. Aside from eyes on book, I don't know how to let you meet him.
I'm just saying.
Take him into the gym.
Just because
maybe.
What, could that work? What?
Yeah,
don't
no,
know.
actually, I was gonna say, Basha, if you want to kind of, I know you identified the gem when we first met, but now that you know that there's more than meets the eye, you might be able to look a little deeper. Because I was thinking, so like I can go into the gem, and like you guys tell me that my body looks like it's dead, and then someone tried to freeze me rudely, but it did wake me up, and that's important. So maybe. I was thinking, now I'm not a very powerful spellcaster and I don't understand the witchery that you do. But being that it is in your nature to bend the laws of the world, and it is my nature to speak the laws of the world and enforce them, maybe you could bend the limits of this crystal to kind of, if we all felt like it, try to go inside to find out what secrets it's been keeping from me.
All right.
All right, maybe. Yeah, we have other things to do.
Look, this thing clearly has got some serious whammy going on with it. Every time we've gotten any other thing that's got any magic, she sits down, she opens her book, and she asks Jan all about it, and she takes, 10, 15 minutes or something. She hasn't done that with this thing. Maybe she should just do that. I'm going to go find breakfast, and we'll get that going.
No, she did do that, though, when we first met.
I did.
It was before I met you now, wasn't it? It's not like you mentioned it.
Well, I just said it like 18 times that she identified it. You chose to ignore it because you got wax in your ears because you're a dwarf and you produce an excessive amount of wax in your ears.
All right. Ignore what that bow tells you.
Is that true?
It is not the bow's jealous because I've got a body and he doesn't. I'm going to go get food.
Okay, all right. Last thing, Warple, before we go get food, I have to tell you, I am concerned because this spirit, I mean, Mal is great and all, but like, there are some dragons we cannot trust. And just because this thing appears like tiny dragon, because it is dragon and necromantic powers inside gem, I am scared that it wants a body. This sounds like Wizard of Thay stuff to me.
So it didn't like specify. Oh, I'll let Butchek go.
Why can't we trust dragons?
Not all dragons.
I mean, save for assholes that attack towns, but like I break humans that attack town, never mind dragons.
This might be a dragon that attacked a town once, but now is trapped in there, maybe?
So it's not that it wants a body. It can exist as itself inside the livery. But in order to form and be real, it needs a form.
Yeah, I don't
it's
like
not,
that.
I don't know. To me, it kind of felt like it wasn't developed. It wasn't fully realized. It was like, I don't know, the concept of a dragon.
All right. So does it want to?
When I spoke
you're trying to draw a dragon, you got to decide what color it is.
Yeah, it's like before decisions happen. It has wings, and it understands Draconic, but it doesn't have a form. Like, it's formless in its own concept. That's at least the feelings I got. I'm not.
What kind of dragon would you like it to be?
There you go. That's good.
I don't know. I just kind of want it to be
not the bad kind.
So here's the problem I'm having. If this crystal is built and it is a prison to these spirits and they're all trapped inside here, I cannot allow that. I will have to destroy this crystal. And I'm okay with that. But it seems like there's like a dark swamp that I only got a flash of before you guys froze me to near death. And I want to, if there's bad stuff in there, I need to, I guess, destroy that. And then I can release all the things trapped in here. I think this crystal might be a prison of soul. Like I said, I don't know shit about weird witchery and curses. And if this device is, like you said, necromancy, that sounds a lot like curse magic.
Okay, I'm starving. I just want to say, Basha, you said you already looked at this gem thing for him?
Yes,
Yeah.
when he first brought it.
You learned a lot more since then, and he's able to go deeper into it. Maybe you gotta give that another look.
Was there a color associated with this dragon-type form, Gorple?
It was like a prismatic cloud. It was like constantly shifting.
And there was definitely more purple than anything else.
Purple.
Purple are something called. They're known as deep dragons. They're bad. They're a chromatic dragon. If it was mainly purple.
Oh no.
I mean, it was also mostly a cloud.
Yes,
Fair.
but maybe because they put it in there to stop it from being like not a cloud. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying we need to be careful. That's
Listen,
all.
I don't disagree. That's kind of why I came to the expert witch I know and then the expert
Thank
dragon
you.
person I know. Because all I know is I knew this guy named Daristex, and he was a lizard person who specifically hunted dragons. He punched them and hit them with sticks like Bocek, and he hated them. And he told me all their weaknesses and don't get hit by their strange breath weapons. That's all I really know.
I walk to the door of the barracks and just look out. It's like, are there people out there?
All right, so you go to the door to open it, and it won't open.
I snap my fingers to the group. It's like, shh,
What?
the door's blocked. Hold on. And I listen at the door now.
Make a perception check for me.
All right. $21.
21. You can hear the sounds of people walking, people talking, groups of people. You can hear children, adults of all various types just kind of talking. You don't make out like specific conversations, but there's definitely people out on the other side of the door.
Okay. Do I feel like there's a bar on the door or just something in the way?
It's like there's something in the way.
All right. The door's there's something in the way of the door. Hold on. Get ready in case this is worse than we think. And I just and I just shove it open.
Make a strength check for me, please.
Can I assist Drovar with this?
Oh, absolutely. So Drovar, you get advantage because Amala is helping.
Okay, cool. Is this okay? So athletics or strength, it's the same bonus here, so I get advantage. Cool. $24.
24. All right, so you get by the door. Amala gets right next to you, and you just like 1, 2, and just and as you force this door open, two things happen. You hear this crack. That clearly there was a bar on the other side of the door, holding the door closed. But not only do you crack the door and this bar, the door comes off of the hinges, and as the door comes off of the hinges, you clearly hear and clearly the door is now on top of someone who is like and as you look under, there is a guard, one of the militia underneath the door, just like
I'm gonna lift the door up.
Good morning. I just lift
Quick, throw Goodberry in his open mouth. Someone's help him.
All the good berries are gone.
Oh, damn it.
That's fine. He was sitting in front of a barred door. Let's find out why first.
Yes,
there's another Bocek.
Why didn't we just knock?
That's not what we do. I don't know.
There is another guard who's actually on the side of the door jamb who's like and with a spear, and then sees you as oh you're awake. Get up. And he just like starts telling the guy under the door to get up, and he starts moving the door, like helping Amala pull the door up. It's like, oh no, we were told to guard and make sure that nobody bothered you, unless you needed to be bothered. It's good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Get up and stop. get off the ground, you fucking lazy. Just,
I literally have one healing potion left. We almost killed
No.
man with no. Fuck that. We almost kill man with door.
Yeah.
the guy on the
He's
floor.
up to sin. That's not a good idea.
He's like, oh no, it's fine, it's fine. His arm is at a weird angle right now, and he's just like, no, it's fine, my fault.
All right.
It was my idea to put the bar on the door. And clearly, that was a mistake. I just wanted to make sure nobody bothered you, but I'm sorry. I'm gonna go find a cleric. I'll be
I'm
back.
gonna do lay hands on him really quick, just like a point or two.
Okay, yeah. So you use a point. He feels better. His arm is still at a weird angle. It's gonna take more than
let's
lay on
hold the
hands.
bone at the right angle. There. That's better. Go rub some dirt on it. You'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
What's
I
the
heard.
part on it? What is this?
I heard that works. This old dwarven healing thing. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go take care of that. And he just kind of like walks off, and it's just like his arm he's just like holding his arm, and he's like, you see a little tear just coming down from his cheek. But the other guard is like, oh no, yeah, if you just right down 2 doors down, right there is the mess hall. You can just go right in. The food is being prepared, and they'll be able to brief you. Also, the Castellan was waiting for you to all awaken.
Also, Drovar, it was definitely a pull and not a push. Just throwing it out there. I saw hinges. Just let you know. It's probably why it broke.
But as you watch this guard cry and walk to try and find a healer, you make your way 2 doors down to the mess hall, which there is like a spread of just basic foods like meats and cheeses and breads. There's a couple of pitchers of what look like morning beer and morning ale. And you can also see the Castellan along with a few guards, and they're actually sitting at a table with the governor. And as you all walk in, they look very, very happy to see all of you, ready to give you some information. But that is where we're going to take our break. So yeah, because I wanted to make sure you guys got all your stuff in before we went to break. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break here, folks. And when we come back, we will see what happens next. So thank you for sticking with us. We will be right back. Okay, folks, and we're back. Just a really quick thing before we move on. Because next week is Thanksgiving here in the States, we will not be on. There will be no streams on Wednesday or Thursday of next week. I will still be doing Friday Night Magic next Friday, but there will be no D&D Wednesday and Thursday. Sad face. I am most likely going to be doing a rerun of Honey Heist on Wednesday, because damn it, that thing gets funnier every time I listen to it.
My liege.
But we will not be doing any live streams on Wednesday and Thursday next week. So just wanted to make sure that folks knew that before we moved on. Alrighty. So after breaking down the door and basically starting the day off on the right foot, you all make your way to the mess hall where the injured guard and his companion informed you that folks were waiting there, not only with food for you, but with information. You came in. There's plenty of food for you all to take should you like. As you are actually making your way into the mess hall, you can see that there's a flurry of activity. The keep is open, and people are beginning to slowly mill out of the keep. But as you enter the mess hall, The Castellan and Governor Nighthill are kind of sitting at a table and see you and just kind of wave you over as soon as you all grab, some food. Oh, good. You're awake. Excellent.
Yes.
Please sit. Thankfully, we didn't have to rouse you from your rest. You all look much better this morning, much more rested. I'm very, very grateful and happy that that's the case. But we have some information for you. Should you want to hear it? Please begin eating. Begin eating. The governor is like, all right, so between our scouts on the wall and the ones that we sent last evening, the raiders have gone. They gathered in towards the temple last evening, right before you went to rest. It turns out they were just taking all of the things that they had acquired. Were gathering up. They were there for a good almost 3 hours before they began to make their way out of Greenest. They've continued to make their way in that direction, southeast. But after sending out a few of our militia to just make sure that the town was emptied of these raiders, they came back and they're gone. So we are beginning to slowly escort our town folk back to their homes, making sure that they're safe and secure. If their homes were unfortunately damaged during the raid, they will be brought back here to the keep where they will stay temporarily until housing can be afforded them. But that is currently the situation at hand. The raid has thankfully subsided, and obviously we're being wary and careful, but it seems like the danger has at least passed for the moment.
All right, but I mean, going southeast, all the raiders, as far as we knew, all the loot they were taking was going north, right?
Well, it was interesting. There was one of our, as the scouts went out, we did get reports of possibly the location, well, at least the direction that the dragon that you had attacked was going towards, and that was northeast. Obviously, it was going in an opposite direction than they're going.
Right.
So
we got due north, we've got northeast, and southeast.
Yes.
It's 3 different ways. This is big. I'm wondering if that maybe this group is a separate group, a separate base attack.
Well, I mean, it's a huge cult. I imagine why would they be all the way in Thunder Tree? Like we found them the first time. I mean, just to think of it, think about this. We knew that there were about 120 in town, and we killed 80 or 90, including the crater and the dead bodies found. With all our numbers chalked up, probably 70 to 90. So if they only had 30 left, they had to get reinforcements to carry all the stuff. And we knew that the camp had about 80 people, at least if the guy was telling the truth.
Hey, but why wouldn't they be, if they were up north of here? Where's this group coming from and where are they going? They're not going back to where they, this lot were taking all the treasure, all the loot from the town. If we want to get this town's stuff back, we got to go up north. If we want to figure out what this group is doing, we got to go in a different direction. We got a couple of different,
Well, the governor just kind of raises his finger. Well, actually, they were using my home as a staging area. We did find traces of wealth that did not belong to me, but most of it is gone now. And according to our scouts, they brought it all, or as much as they could bring, to that area to the southeast by the temple where they were amassing last evening. And clearly, when they left, that was the direction they were going. So I don't know if they were just they saw my manor and figured that was a good place to just kind of hold things until they were ready to leave. I don't know, but I can tell you according to my scouts, exactly what I mean. It's a blind man could actually follow the trail that they left. I mean, there's so many of them.
I think really the question comes is, do we go after that dragon that flew away, or do we go after this camp that stole all that stuff? Because here's the deal. We could let that dragon go do what it wants, but we know that it's powerful enough that if it were to make a lair near here, it would start changing the world around it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like when a dragon settles in a place and makes it its lair, it kind of fundamentally changed how the area works. They're not like they're natural and not natural. They're so in tune with the world itself and their element that they kind of bind it. So like if that dragon makes its home near here, this place will start becoming more arid, and storms of lightning and thunder. It could get really bad.
So we go kick its ass. We fight it in its own home so it has nowhere to run. Drovar could take it.
Well,
You're not wrong about that, but it's.
Well, if I may, here's the thing. I'm glad that you're rested, and I'm again very grateful for all the help that you've given, but I want to make sure that they're not going to come back here. And I don't mean the dragon; I mean the raiders.
Yeah, no, definitely. It seems like there's two different things. The dragon was working with them, but it's the cult that's sort of organizing this whole thing. The dragon, I don't know, they called in a favor. It's going to get a cut of what they took or something like that, but it wasn't in charge of them. It was just working with them, kind of like you hire a muscle to help you out with something.
So we take a short afternoon, tear apart raider camp, have mimosas, and then we go after dragon.
huh.
Well,
I mean,
that's like 80 people worth of mimosas.
Well,
a lot of mimosas.
If I could possibly incentivize you a little more, I mean, the Costello and I have been actually talking about this morning, and if you could locate the raiders' camp and find out some information that could be helpful, and possibly even get some of our things back, we are actually prepared to pay you at the very least 250 gold pieces each for your assistance.
Well, that would be nice.
We really need to know like where the camp is, how many raiders there are, who the leaders are, what's motivating these attacks, if they plan to strike here again or other places like these. It's really important information that we need to know. So if it's at all possible, now, I mean, granted, you bloodied the dragon something awful, but I would never try to obviously stop you if you wanted to go after the dragon, but I need to think about my people here, and I don't want to start rebuilding only to have these raiders return, and then just next thing we know, they're not only trying to take our wealth, but they're trying to take our lives. I think I can honestly say we got off lucky, but I'd rather not. I'd rather know what the next steps are.
No, you're not wrong. I think, we got to talk about what we want to do next, but my particular vote is, the dragon's going to, once it gets itself back up to full strength, it's going to be a problem again. If we don't deal with it, eventually we're going to face it when we don't want to. But I think we got to go find out what these cultists are doing, because we still don't quite understand how big this goes. How big this is, how far it goes, that kind of thing.
I mean, well, we did bloody, like we said, we made that dragon have a nosebleed. While it might be vengeful, dragons aren't stupid. Like, it might just say, you know what, this fight wasn't worth it after those cultists didn't promise it enough. It might return to where it lives if it was like a favor. And it might be like, well, obviously they didn't fulfill their part of the bargain. So it might have just retreated and just rested for the night and just kept flying. They fly incredibly fast. So it could be gone. It might hate us forever and hunt us later, but I don't know if it's going to be mad at this town. Yes, Bochek.
Well, that's why I'm saying we go deal with cultists who are a problem for town. When we're done with them, we go after dragon that might hate us later. I'm personally fan of teaching dragon lesson. Listen, Basha have no crazy witch powers when we fight that dragon. Most of us pretty fucking tired. Imagine what we do. We catch dragon in lair where it can't fly away. We beat shit out of dragon. We rob lair. We maybe use some help rebuild town. We use rest to make ourselves rich and build great bar where we all party. But first we deal with cultists.
Remember that nothing is more dangerous than when it's on its home turf. Going after the dragon in the lair, maybe it can't fly, or maybe it's got a lair big enough that it can.
Oh, I don't care if it can fly. I care that it can't. It has nowhere to run away to.
But it's not going to need to. It's going to have traps and things like that. If it's built that place and it's got all its loot in there, no, you don't just walk in.
Just like walls of lightning. And stuff.
I want to finish that thing off. That's a problem. It's going to come back and bite us if we're not careful. But that's maybe the cultists. We can find out how they were able to get in touch with it, find out where its lair is, that sort of thing. So yeah, let's go chase down those guys in those stupid masks.
I would just like to remind everyone that before we all got stupid tired and had to rely on punching things and hoping we got lucky, we killed I can't count how many people, but we killed a lot of people in less than 12 seconds.
All right, we did, but there's a lot more of them. They're going to know more about us because we didn't get them all. But we're dealing not with just one group of raiders. If this queen is trying to come back, this is something, all dragons like loot. If she's the queen of all of them, that means her greed's bigger than all the others. Nothing's going to make her come here other than all the money. And I mean all of it, which means everybody's got to get raided eventually. You need armies for that.
And we also know that the leader of this camp is a lady in purple robes with a blue mask. We don't know any more details, and we know there are 80 people in that camp at least, with dragon eggs in the center that are protecting that we probably don't want them to have. So, Governor, can you get letters out? Do you have messengers? Do you have quick horses? Do you have anyone that can get messages like Neverwinter to these cities that can send help, give them warning of this cult's progress? I'll open my lapel to show the Order of the Gauntlet symbol. I have contacts that can help. I have the authority to get my brothers and maybe other goodly aligned members here. We need people to start looking for these cultists, and they might be striking in multiple areas. If you're the first, they could be taking others by surprise. So we need to make sure that the world knows.
Well, yeah, we've already taken, we've already started the process. I mean, Neverwinter is many weeks away. It's so far. The nearest largest city is Baldur's Gate. So we've already dispatched a number of riders out to not just Baldur's Gate, but a few of the outlying towns. And there is a young man who's actually been waiting to speak with you, who also said that him and his friends have actually sent for help as well. But I told him to wait until you roused before he bothered you.
I'm for.
But no, you're absolutely right. I mean, we've already begun that process, absolutely. Because yes, you're absolutely right. Is more than likely we either are the first of a line of raids, or possibly there were more before and they will continue. So yes, but again, I think finding out as much information by following these raiders back to their camp might prove useful.
All right. Well, before the day is out, then we'll talk to this young fellow, and then Vorp, you write up the letters to the folks you want messages delivered to, and we'll make sure that those messages are heading out. By the time we're heading out after these cultists.
All right, excellent. Bring the young man in, please. And he kind of motions to one of the guards. Kind of goes out. You all kind of continue, eating. And as you're eating, like the governor and the Castellan in front of you without any issue, just kind of like going over plans and talking about making sure that the townsfolk are returning to their homes safely, making sure that the homes are structurally safe, for them to actually, return in, but also telling the townsfolk to prepare at any moment to return to the keep should the danger, arrive, come back.
Castellan, I know that not everyone is trained to use bows, but light crossbows are pretty easy for most people to use. So maybe if you can get a supply of those for your common folk, and I'll just pull out 6 quivers of fucking crossbow bolts as I give them 100 crossbow bolts.
Yeah.
I found these along my journey that I'm not going to use, but your people might need them. I'm sure your guys fired a lot of arrows, but these are at least crossbow bolts.
No, this is helpful. Thank you very much. And he begins to kind of collect them, and then realizes what he's doing. He's like, you, come here. Take this shit, put it in the armory. And they just kind of go over, begin collecting it and bring it in. And about 10 minutes later, one of the guards comes back, and he has this young man who's kind of limping. He's got a staff in his hand, and he's dressed in monk robes. And he's just kind of using the bow, and you can see he's kind of limping along. He looks very, very hurt, but kind of on the mend at this moment. And as he's, limping towards you, you can see his leg is bandaged up. There's blood kind of seeping through it. He just kind of comes over to you. Says, Good morning. My name is Nessim Waladra. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Thank you so much. I've heard about all of the things that you were doing to help the towns. I want to say thank you so much. And as you're looking at him, he's probably in his mid to late 20s. Very, very close cropped hair. The hair it looks like at one point it was kind of shorn completely to the skin on the sides, almost with just hair in the middle, but it is kind of growing in at this moment. There are he has some prayer beads on, and he's just kind of very, very heavily leaning on his staff. Is it I understand from the governor that he was going to ask you to follow the raiders to see where they've gone. Are you
Correct.
intending to actually do that?
Yes.
All right. I'll be very honest. I'd like nothing better than to come with you, but in this condition, I'd probably slow you down. You see, in the midst of this tragedy, there's probably no reason that you would have heard about the fate of my master, Leosin Erlenthar, but it's really important that you know. He's a monk from Burdusk, and he disappeared last night after we fought a particular savage battle against some of the raiders when they first came into the town. A few others and I fought our way into the keep, barely, but Leosin didn't make it at all. We went back this morning to look for him, but all we found was his broken staff and this choker, which he always wore. And he kind of holds it out to you, and it's just this very simple leather braided choker, but there is a symbol of a silver dragon chased into the leather, which Amala, you immediately recognize as the symbol of Bahamut. And the ends are ragged, as if they were kind of torn off. You see, Leosin has been investigating these raiders for the last 6 months. I fear that he might have tried to infiltrate the group when they retreated. or worse, he was captured and carried away as a prisoner. No one understands these bandits better than he does, and his knowledge will be invaluable against them. When you find their camp, please look for any sign that he might have been there. One of my brothers has already departed for Burdusk to bring back more help, but it'll be many days before help arrives. Anything you can do to help beforehand would be a godsend.
Can I make an insight check to see if he's lying?
Absolutely. Anybody here who would like to can do that.
Sure.
That is a 19 for me.
19. While he seems very tired and weary and hurt, 10 to Basha, what'd you get?
I got a 22.
22, Amal. All right. So the rest of you, yay! You know, like this guy seems like very hurt, very tired. He's possibly loopy. You're not sure. But Basha and Gorpal, even behind the hurt and pain, there's a genuine concern for the person that he's talking about. And he absolutely seems to be on the level.
Well, all right. What's your master look like?
Oh, well, he's a half elf. He's about my height. And looking at him, he's about like 5'10", 5'11". He's got his hair's a little longer than mine. He's been growing it out to help infiltrate some of these raiders and kind of mingle and mix with them. But he's got goatees. Hair's dark black, almost dark brown, almost black. And last we saw him, he was wearing kind of yellowish shirt. He was not wearing his traditional monk robes. Again, that's why I fear he possibly was trying to like infiltrate with them, because we did notice that they were not only those dressed as the cultists, but they had more like there was like ramshackle individuals just wearing different armors, and possibly like mercenaries or just hired thugs. Is a good possible thing, but his manner of dress would have been able to blend in, and obviously I hope that was the case. But again, he never takes this choker off, and I kind of fear the worst.
Is he wearing one of those chokers as well?
He is not.
Yeah. What's the significance of this?
Of the choker?
Yeah.
He's a follower of Bahamut. He's not a monk. He's not a disciple of Bahamut, but he has devoted himself to the tenets of Bahamut.
He sounds like a good man.
And he kind of turns to you. He says, "He's the best. That's why we're so worried about him."
We could heal you if you want to come with us.
As you look down, his knee is at a very odd angle. He kind of looks at, well, some of the clerics have already begun the process, but from what they tell me, it might take a few weeks to get my leg back in working order. Again, I would love to go with you, but I definitely would slow you down in this condition. I appreciate it, though.
Just gonna have to rub a lot of dirt on that. Okay.
Dirt?
So much dwarven dirt.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, right. So let's get whatever messages we want to get sent out, get them ready, and get them going, and then we'll figure out the best route to take to start tracking these buggers down.
All right, excellent. Yes, I really do. I think he could possibly answer a lot of the questions the governor has been asking for. Considering that we came from Candlekeep prior to coming here, Leosin was consulting with the scribes there, specifically about dragon cults. Honestly, I just want him found, but I think it would be helpful to find him as well.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you so much.
So, Drovar, and everyone, I kind of have an idea. So if we were to load our cart up with like empty crates, and then we all wear our cloaks and masks of the dragon cult, if they see us coming, they'll just think we're bringing more stuff. And that might get us a chance to get closer without getting caught. Obviously, the disguises might not hold up into a close inspection, but if this group just saw some stragglers with a cart laden with treasure, it could give us a way to get closer without being suspicious to them.
I'm fine with giving that a try.
Okay. So
Might have to like sit on Drovar's shoulders or something though. Just look like really tall cultist.
No, we have a cart. We're all just in cloaks.
True. Okay.
We're in the cloaks and masks.
I think there were a couple of dwarves among those cultists. I mean, they're bloody stupid. I wish I'd got the chance to kill them myself, but you know.
How many cultists look like, well, me?
Nessim is actually still standing there, and he's like, I can tell you that there, honestly speaking, there were a number, of various sizes and races. To be very honest, didn't see any as large as you, and he kind of points at Bocek, except for the half dragon that you killed.
It was still pretty fucking short.
Seems like a foot or two smaller than you. It's pretty big. But yeah, I mean, possibly. I mean, it seemed like there was possibly halflings and gnomes and amongst that group.
There are plenty of dead bodies around here. I'm sure we could find a cloak decent sized. We can have Basha use her magic to like spruce it up so it's not gross. We all got our masks.
Yeah, you just stay in the back of the cart so they don't see how long your legs are.
Like, I just think like we have a horse, the greatest horse, and we have a cart and we can load these barrels with nothing. It doesn't have to have anything in it, but if our cart looks like it's laden and they just see a bunch of cultists catching up, they'll just assume we stole the cart, filled it with their loot, and we're just heading to camp. We only need it to get close enough, because if we need to sneak in, that's my specialty, and I'll get us all in, but we need to get close, and if they spot us, we need them to not just attack us, and both Amala and myself can speak Draconic. Heck, I might even be able to pass off as a kobold. They're really stupid.
That's true. Yeah, and the cart will give us a chance to catch up to them. Because at least some of them are going to be on foot. And that cart does cover some distance.
Okay. So at this point, Nessim has like grabbed an apple off of the table and he's just kind of eating. He's like, again, thank you so much. If you need anything else or have any other questions, I'll be outside getting ready to kind of help escort some of the people back to their homes.
I watch him go. It's like, what is it with monks and apples?
They're good.
Yeah, I mean, apples.
They are very good.
But I mean,
I'll start writing a letter, DM, just kind of detailing all the events, all the information I have assessed from the cult.
Mm-hmm.
I'll like put the seal of the Order of the Gauntlet on it to be sent to the town they told me, in care of whoever is the Order of the Gauntlet there. I don't know who they are.
Okay.
But I'm sure that someone can be like, I need to get this letter to the fucking Order of the Gauntlet.
So to Baldur's Gate or Burdusk?
Which is closer?
To be honest, Baldur's Gate.
Then I'll have the letter get there, because
Okay.
I figured I don't have much authority, but I at least have a rank in this society. So I figured it might get to them, and then they can spread the word.
Okay.
Of what's going on.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you write out the. It's gonna take you a while to write it all out, but once you do, the governor is very happy to get a messenger to send it to Baldur's Gate without a problem.
I'm gonna do the same, but with my own the group that I'm not telling anybody I'm part of.
Cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that with a group
Perfect.
that everyone suspects, aka the Wizard Mafia. And I'm gonna write
Suspicion.
Evan.
We just know. We just wonder why you don't just yell it at the cart and then they'll know.
Hank, tell wizards.
I'm also going to be very wholesome and write home to let them know I'm still alive and what happened. Love you, Mom and Dad. Love Amala.
Yeah, the governor is like taking all of these letters and he's getting it to the Castellan, and the Castellan's like, it's gonna take a while to get to some of these places. They're pretty far north, except for Baldur's Gate, obviously. But I mean, we'll send somebody, but they're gonna be gone for a while.
Yes, Bochek.
Am I allowed to send a letter also?
It's not like you need permission, lad. Just
Yeah.
Well,
They look very busy, and I don't want.
No, where's it going? This one's not going to Icewind Dale, is it? Because fucking hell.
It is going to a small town, very hard to pronounce, Zakoponia.
Well, I think what they can probably do is they get it to Baldur's Gate and then you throw some money in with the message. They'll pay someone to deliver it further on.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Point is,
We'll take care of the cost. That's fine. Just give us the letter. That's fine.
all right. I let dear Dad know that. Hey, Dad, fighting dragons again.
Who's writing this for you?
Gorple sitting there with a quill and parchment. Just all right. Yeah.
Love you. Don't do anything too dangerous. You're getting old. Right back if you need Bochek to come home and deal with shit for you.
We'll be in Greenest or near Greenest. I'll add.
All right. Perfect.
I lean into Gorble. It's like, add a post-it reminding him, don't touch the letter with your bare hands because you wrote it.
Nah, it'll fade by then. It evaporates. It'll be 3 weeks to get to Neverwinter.
His dad's going to have a hell of a trip.
Oh, my dad's never been, as far as I remember, he's never caught sickness or poison.
That's exciting.
Poor fella.
All right. So
He's missed out.
Yeah.
So-
I'm gonna write a quick letter to my sister and my daughters as well, and just be like, "Hello, everyone. I am mostly okay. No, I'm okay. I mean, I'm okay. I'm fine. And I miss you all. Love you. Hope you're good. Yeah. Take care of house. Love you. Hope schooling is going well and baking.
Also, we should probably send a letter to Phandalin.
Sildar, yeah. It's like, I got that.
Okay.
Let's just put something together. It's like, here's Sildar. Alarm, dragons, watch out. Here's the seal. Ka-chunk.
yeah.
Like,
Okay.
And we
Anybody
gotta
else?
make sure Gundren knows that the guy that we were looking for is dead, but his daughter's alive in Greenest, and I don't know if she'll be convinced to come. Like, that's the whole point we're here, is to get the enchanter, and that dude is fucking dead.
Oh shit, I forgot we even had a job here besides Rescue Village.
Well, that's why I was gonna write a second letter to
right,
go.
time for another letter. Gundren, Roxy, Korea, the gnome is dead. Daughter can't help us, but she's alive. By the way,
Well-
dragons.
Well,
Tell him I said hi.
Won't come out.
she might be able to help us, but we gotta find out if she wants to. She doesn't know everything, but she said she did learn from her dad, right? It was her dad.
Yeah, it's her dad.
Yeah, she said
Give her the letter.
I mean, if she wants to go, I mean, we should probably have a conversation. But also, we were supposed to escort her back, so that would be or him back. So that's kind of like, I don't know if she's gonna want to go on her own unless we're ready to head back to Neverwinter and like in that area.
So after 2 hours of writing letters, because if anybody remembers actually ever handwriting letters before, that shit takes a while. So and you hand to Castellan no more than 8 letters. He's already started putting them in a sack, and as you're finishing up the last letter, you watch as he just kind of I'll be right back, and he kind of steps out, opens the door. Anybody else got letters? Last call. Let's go. You got letter? You want to write one? It's gone. Too late. And you can tell he's he's getting a little frustrated that he's like becoming a mailman at this point. But he takes the final letter. He says, "Don't worry, they'll get to where they need to go."
Do you want some gold for this? You seem angry.
No. We're taking care of it. As the governor is taking care of it. It's not a problem. You've done so much for the town, and now I am a postman. So,
do you want a beer?
Do you want to stand up? Right? Yeah, that's a stupid question. Yeah.
No, it's good. No, trust me. You want one for the road on this one.
All right, sure.
I pour him some of the Goodberry beer that I've had in the keg.
Yeah, he kind of he takes a sip. He's like, "Oh fuck yeah." And he just like downs it. He's like, "That's good shit." Thank you. And he now like seems to be in a little better spirits. Still has like a big satchel now of letters. It just kind of like takes it, leaves. But yeah, that took you a while. It took you about 2 hours. And as you are kind of getting up from the mess hall and getting ready to leave to kind of gather your belongings, what is your next step? What is the plan for me?
I think we'll put some empty crates. Do you want to? Can we? Drover's wonders like, can we put like at least what looks like stuff in here? So if they open it up, maybe if we fool them long enough, it's like, look what we got. We got more sacks of grain. Taking them to
Yeah, the governor's like, oh yeah, we have some broken crates. We've got barrels, empty barrels. Take what you need. Yeah, whatever it is. Let us. Do you need horses?
we've got that
the best horse.
All right. Well, let us know what you need. If we have it, it's yours.
Remember the other 2 extra horses we had did definitely die or got stolen.
Oh yeah, so I guess we do need 2 horses.
We might need 2 horses.
Oh, we'll get you 2 horses. It's not a problem. And just kind of leaves to make sure that he gets it. So, yeah, and while he's leaving to kind of prepare all this for you, some of the guards have been instructed to bring like crates and barrels. Some of them broken, some of them whole, and they just kind of like put them in a place where you can kind of inspect for yourself which ones you want to take and add to the cart without a problem.
My thing, Drovar, is we leave all of them empty except for like the back few. Like I have like 1,000 gold on me. We could put a bunch of our gold into the back ones so that if they inspect, they see stuff. Also, I have like so much stuff in this weird quiver, and I got a weird we can just like pile things in the back because we want to leave our wagon mostly unburdened so that we can move fast.
Yeah, but this thing's supposed to like it's like magically reinforced. It carries more weight than it looks like it can.
They don't know that.
Our horse also walks like 6 inches above the ground, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
I think the point is we only need to pass inspection. We don't actually need to laden our...
No, I understand. I'm saying we just put enough in that if they open something, they see, oh, there's stuff from towns. Oh, there's some gold. There's some food. There's more crossbow bolts. You seem to have a never-ending supply of those.
We can put them into the back too, and then if they stop us, Gorple and I can take care of it and leave them to just those 2. Like, yeah, all these other crates have what's in these. So we can definitely work with that.
Yeah, I only have like 30 more crossbow bolts. I only gave them 100. I have like 30 more.
Oh, good.
I mean, and if we talk to them that long, we probably can just work them over and stuff them into the cart, the crates, and take
stuff
them.
them into the crates,
right,
and then the crates will be full.
It's like, we made it past the perimeter. Okay, keep going.
Also, we can throw a tarp over our cart so that they're just going to see the sticking out barrels, and if they need to inspect the back, we can have
Budcheck behind under the tarp, and he just reaches out, hi, and brings him in.
Perfect.
Like a demented Jack-in-the-Box.
It's perfect.
Like
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that.
This plan is too big to fail. We got it.
There we go.
Nailed it. Grab your cloaks. We'll find one that fits Budcheck. Grab your masks. Let's go pretend to be cultists. And then when we get there, we'll sneak in, and it'll be great. Nothing can go wrong.
Perfect. That sounds like a wonderful plan, and I'm pretty sure we can get away with it.
All right, so you begin putting your barrels
Masha
and
is
crates.
barbed up now for days.
I'm ready.
Some of the townsfolk,
That's one of them. Oh, okay.
some of the townsfolk look a little concerned when you start putting on the masks and the cloaks, but
I just look up and say, "Don't worry, we killed the owners. This is a disguise."
okay, all right.
I'm a harmless wizard. Just look at me.
I love dragons.
Hello, I am
They're
Bocek.
great.
I love Dargon in Dragon Draconic.
Dargan.
We need to work on your pronunciation.
Okay.
I love Dargon.
I'm smiling too much for the cultist way.
Yeah, way too much. You're smiling way too much. Yeah. So over the course of the next hour or so, you begin to kind of put all of this together in your cart.
Governor, I have a big ask because it's a very expensive item.
What's that?
But could we have your spyglass?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. It kind of reaches into his coat pocket and hands you the spyglass.
Honestly, it's going to give us farther distance to see. I'm sorry. It just seems really useful. I'm not taking it. I'll pay you for it if you want it.
No. Take it. It's
really
fine.
expensive.
You can, if you'd like, you can give it back to me when you return. Anything you need to help accomplish your mission is yours. If we have it, it's fine.
I think the spyglass will help us immensely, so we can see far
Take it. It's yours.
Hey, that'll fit in your quiver, won't it? It's the right shape.
Boop! It goes right in.
Yeah.
It'll be super safe, and no one will expect it.
No one ever
just
expects
like-
the spyglass.
You like pull it out when you want to pull out an arrow and just like, aha!
As you're finishing up and kind of like starting to don your disguises, you see a small female gnome beginning to approach. And you realize that this is Lorna, the daughter of the enchanter that you were instructed to bring back to Phandalin. And as she approaches, she kind of looks at all of you in your dragon cult garbs, like, all right, I guess you're all busy getting ready for a costume party. Yeah,
We're gonna go mess with the guys that came to this town. That's but we figure we'll get closer looking like them.
Sure, yes. Gonna fuck some more up for me, dad. That's great.
Damn right.
So
Damn
many
right.
of them.
Debt's not fully paid yet.
But no, the Castellan came and found me and was told me that you were all interested in continuing to help what's going on here, and you also he had mentioned something about your work, your job, in taking my father back to Phandalin.
Yeah, seems a little awkward to bring it up now, but that's why we came down here. Yeah.
Well, you could very well die in your mission, so I just thought one less thing. I could come over and talk with you. Well, I mean, you survived the night barely, so good on you. But no, I thought I'd let you know that after I take care of my father's effects and such, that I'm going to fulfill his last thing that he wanted done, and I have access to all his notes and some of the things he's trained me in, and I'm going to pack all that up, and I'm going to make my way to Phandalin. I'm gonna go to Baldur's Gate first. I'm gonna find a good mercenary group to escort me there, because fucking dragon people. No offense, and she kind of looks at you, Amala. But yeah, I'll make it there, one way or another, and hopefully I could be of help to those people there. I know they wanted my father. My father. They're gonna get me instead. So
I think they're coming out ahead. They'll be glad to have you.
Yeah. But I did want to say I'm not someone who normally counts on people, because people suck and they normally let you down. But I do want to say thank you for the help. I wish you would have gotten here sooner to help that, but you know, if wishes were horses, then beggars would fly. I don't know. My father used to say weird shit. That was one of his sayings.
Depends on the horse.
I guess. Fucking weird horse, I guess. But anywho, I wish you all luck. Hope you don't die. And thank you again.
I got some. You're an alchemist, right? Like your father, a little bit.
He was an enchanter. I was an alchemist.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna hand her a ceramic pot and the green ooze ceramic pot from the kobolds. I think these are strangely.
Oh, where'd you get
want-
this fucking thing?
I killed a kobold and I took his stuff and I released his bees because they were captured.
Oh, you haven't? And she kind of looks at it to make sure that it's still secure. You see her kind of tugging on the rope a little bit. She's like, "All right, good, it's secure." Do you know what this fucking is?
Nope.
It's green.
Yeah, it's green ooze.
Like a green ooze because we fought one of those.
It's a smaller. It's a smaller version. But this shit is dangerous. If you open it up, it will just go to the nearest warm thing and decide this. You start to dissolve it.
We should definitely put that in our back of our cart just in case they open.
No. And she grabs it from you. She goes, "Nope, keep these. You said it was mine."
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I think it's great. She can throw it at something that tries to stop her on the road.
And I have this other ceramic pot that I gave you that I don't have no idea what's in it. I didn't even open it. It was sealed.
Which one was that?
It's literally one ceramic pot, and then there's one green ooze ceramic pot. That's
Okay.
the descriptions.
All right. So she takes the second one. Are you giving her the second one?
Yeah.
Yeah. She looks at it. She goes, "Oh, I'm gonna have to open that under certain conditions. I don't know what's in this one." But yeah, the green ooze. And she kind of points to where the green is kind of like stained on the side. Like that's telltale green ooze right there. But no, thank you. And you see her just like she takes off the backpack that she's wearing. She begins to kind of like make room in her back and kind of close it up.
Do you need any money to hire mercenaries? Because we were paid to escort you, so I don't mind giving you some of our payment so that you can hire a good group.
You can give me money. I'll take money. Yeah.
All right, I'll hand her 100 gold.
Oh, thank you. And you see her. She just takes the money, starts putting it in a sack that she has on her belt, and she's like, "Anything else you want to give me? I won't say no."
Luck.
Good luck. Yeah.
All right, you too. Don't die. Yeah, take care, big strange guy. All right. Thank you again. And she kind of turns around, walks back towards the keep entrance. And so you are all decked out in your disguises. You have packed up your cart. I need you. Who specifically is packing the cart?
I mean, I'll pack it. I'm small, so I'll kind of, especially because I'm trying to camouflage it as a full
Right.
cart.
Right.
I'll definitely put in one of our back barrels since we all like grabbed like those 8 flasks of oil. I'll put a bunch of oil in like one of our crates. Because
Okay.
like, hey, that's useful to bring to a camp. You
Yeah.
need oil. Also, we still have alchemist fire, and we might want to burn someone alive. So
I'll
Anybody?
help Corporal.
All right, so you're helping Gorble? Okay. So each of you can roll a performance check. Gorple, you can roll instead. You can make this will be up to you. You can roll performance or deception.
equally as good.
Okay. You can roll it individually, or one of you can help the other for advantage. But this is to see how well you put this together that it looks.
All right. So,
Yeah.
Amala,
I have a +4 to performance.
I go, Amala, you tell me. So I know, like, I'm not good at trading and stuff, but you just tell me where to put things so I'm small so I can fit into cracks. Also, since we got to blend in with the pack, you have the guidance of the pack. And so I will assist Amala and cast guidance.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, Amala, you have advantage and you have guidance. on this performance check.
Yeah, you have 1d4 because the other one has run out. It only lasts 10 minutes.
Can I use a group inspiration, please?
You have group inspiration still.
You already have advantage, so I don't know if you rolled that first one.
I rolled really bad with advantage, so yes.
All right, so you're gonna use another group. All right.
Altogether, that's 25.
Okay, yeah. So Gwarple, Amala, your draconic instincts kick in of what a horde should look like. And you begin instructing Gwarple, no, you got to put that here like this. And between the two of you, you very quickly begin to make not just the like two main filled barrels look, as if they are holding multiple things, which at this moment they are. But you're able to very slightly disguise some of the other barrels to make it look like things, while they are closed, that things are spilling out of them and just kind of like on the edge, but it's closed. And you do a bang up job. Like from a distance, it looks like this cart is filled. Every single thing is filled with something to the brim. Closer inspection, maybe not so much, but it might do if you run into a few people.
Yep. Drover walks by as if they've done this. He's like, well, I'd want to steal that. Yep.
And with that, you get on the cart. Who's getting on the cart? Basha and Drovar.
I love Dargan. I'll just stay quiet. I'll just sit here. It's fine.
Okay.
Well, I think Amala or myself should be somewhere to talk to people because we speak Draconic if we get stopped. So one of us needs to be either on the cart, like I'll sit on top of the canvas like I used to, but we should switch off with myself and Amala being on top. Unfortunately, T can't join me, so I can't ride. I can ride a horse, I guess, but that's really big, so I'm not going to do that.
I can walk for a while. If I get tired, I'll let someone know, and then we can switch off.
I think we want to travel with speed, so
Yeah.
I think we're gonna
need. I mean, okay, how many people can the cart carry along with this disguise stuff that's on there?
You've packed the cart pretty tightly with things. That was the key part of the deception, was to make it look like it was packed. So no one can fit except for Gwarple, probably, like on top of the stuff. But the rest of you probably could not fit in the back.
Okay, so we need 2 people up front, Gwarple sitting on the back, and 2 horses.
Yep.
And then,
And the horses were absolutely brought to you without an issue.
We'll just kind of rotate around, but I think always either Gwarple or Amala are on the cart. Gwarple's always going to be on the cart, so I think we just kind of switch it around. But Bocek and I can both operate the vehicle if we got to do some high-speed driving. Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
I think Bocek and I might crush those horses, so...
Yeah, I will be on a horse. It's fine.
They are draft horses. They are rather large, but you never know.
I mean, and worst comes to worst, if we spot people ahead, I can always jump on the horse with Drovar or share it with Basha. I'm really small. I'm not going to add too much weight.
Okay, so by default, we'll say that Basha and Drovar are riding the horses.
Okay.
That's just so we pick something and then we'll go with it.
Yeah, and I can stand on this pile and use a sweet spyglass.
And Bocek and I will sit on the front of the wagon.
Okay, perfect. As you begin to leave the keep, many of the militia who is watching you, they're just kind of like waving and wishing you luck. As you actually leave the keep, there are a few townsfolk who are leaving and making their way, and you hear a few like quick gasps for a moment, and then
Don't worry, we're gonna go get those fuckers.
Yeah, realization kind of sets in, and they just kind of like, okay, and but you are definitely taking people aback, and it's actually a little empowering because like, oh yeah, they were disguised and they bought it. Excellent. And you make your way towards the the governor told you to the temple area, where the staging area, and without question, you can see this large swath of this area that has just been tread on by multiple people to a very, very easy path to follow. Anybody would like to make I would say a perception check. Yeah. Anybody who would like to can make a perception check as you kind of see like all of this torn up. We got a 10, we've got a 6.
24.
Corporal got a 24. Basha.
8. I can't see through my mask. I'm like, what? What is happening?
Bocek? Do you not care? Or are you just like, I'm on the wagon, I'm on the
I
cart?
can't see a thing in this helmet. Jesus. Sorry, I was talking and forgot that I needed to press the button. No, Bocek doesn't care. He's just riding on the wagon like, I like this. This is fun.
Gotcha. All right, Gwarple. As you kind of like you kind of jump down and you're taking a look at this large path that has been trod upon. You can see there's definitely a lot more than 80 people. There's a mixture of kobolds, humans. You can see reptile prints. You're not they've walked on these so much you can't tell the number, but it's definitely more than you remember being in the town.
I will relay that to the group, and I'll kind of like in my hawk stance, I go, all right, Knack, we're going to be traveling. You're going to be my eyes in the sky. Fly a little bit ahead. If you see a group or anyone on the road, come back and report.
And Knack just takes off into the air, following your instructions.
Okay, the one question drove our, we'll say to Corporal's like, so have we always just been wrong about their numbers, or does it look like more showed up here?
Well, we knew that there were yes and no. I don't know, because we knew that the camp had 80 from that guy, but that guy might not have known everything. We know we killed a bunch of people in the town, but we didn't kill all of them. It seems like they had more of those weird reptiles that kind of like were their mounts or attacked us.
Yeah.
So my answer is, we don't know much about that dragon we killed, that dragon guy, because he could have been a separate force. So I counted them amongst the numbers, but he could be a completely separate force. So I think they might be converging, and that's kind of what we need to do.
We've got to, check for any trails that merge in with this one. If it looks like they're all heading back to some bigger staging area, there could be a lot of these guys ahead of us.
Well, when that comes back, I'll speak with him, and I'll see what they learn, and then I'll kind of figure out if there were other paths or if there's a large group ahead of us. I mean, remember, we don't know how far into our rest they traveled. And if there's a large group, they move a bit slower than people on horses, because to move a mass just takes so much effort. Because like we told, they weren't disciplined. Like the kobolds were kind of wild, listening to the cultists. So they're not an army. They're not like trained soldiers to move as a unit. They're cultists, which means they operate in groups and cells. At least that's what I think.
No, you're right. There's definitely nothing here showing organized marching.
Oh, yeah, no, without a doubt. There's no organization to these footsteps whatsoever.
This is a mob, which means there could be guys who wander off looking for loot here and there. We might run into stragglers. Yeah, we just got to, the trick is just don't let the main body of whatever this is know we're coming.
So, since it's not organized army, easier to take out.
Yes,
but it's also less predictable. The real thing is we just don't know how many of these bastards there are. If this is a larger thing that's been happening around, there could be 3 or 4 times this number elsewhere that are might join up with them, and we might come over the hill going, we're gonna take it. Oh, well, we should have stayed quiet. We don't know. We gotta watch.
All right. So as you begin to kind of make your way, and Knack is just kind of flying ahead, I need what speed are you traveling? Are you normal speed? Are you trying to be stealthy? Are you going, double speed to try and catch up? Like what's going on? What's the plan?
I'm voting for normal at this point until we get a better, see if Knack gives us a better reconnaissance.
I figure my thought is Knack will fly as far ahead until he spots them, then come back, and then we can kind of figure out the distance by I know how fast he can fly. We can make a judgment, but we'll move at normal speed.
Okay.
Until that occurs.
How about 1.5 speed?
1.5.
Don't make me destroy you.
Yeah.
Let's not push our horses unless we know we have to.
Right.
True.
The other disadvantage, moving quicker means generally our ability to spot danger before it suddenly literally lands on us gets a lot lower too. And if there was one dragon, we gotta look, Knack's gotta look up too. Keep one eye on the sky. Keep eyes on the sky.
All right. So you begin making your way following this path made by this large mob. And over the course of the next 2 or 3 hours, Knack has definitely gone ahead, occasionally circling back slightly, but not coming all the way back to you, but just kind of keeping the group in sight and then going off once again. It's about at hour 3 that Knack comes flying back directly to you, Gorple, and just lands on your arm.
All right. I'll cast Speak with Animals as I whisper, the universal language that all beasts and men know.
Mm-hmm. Smoke.
How far ahead?
Mile.
Okay. Smoke ahead a mile. Do you want me to go check it out? I'm not going to leave, but do you want me to go see what he saw?
Might be good, yeah. He can't give us more detail than smoke.
Can you give it? Did you get any closer? Did you see anything more you can tell me?
Roll a perception check for Knack.
That's an 8.
8. Smoke, fire, people.
He said smoke and fire, people. I can see through his eyes. I can let you know what he sees, but we know they're a mile ahead of us.
Well, that's not too far. As the Knack flies, that sounds good. Why don't you? Yeah, we'll keep going at the speed we're going, and you give us a little better info.
So I'm not going to be able to see and hear. So I'll start speaking when I start seeing, and I'll let you know what I see. And I kind of look into Knack, and I go, Knack, as you can understand me now way better, we're going to fly closer. You're going to get as close as possible. And then I'm gonna look in here and see what you see, because I have a better understanding of how people work. So we're gonna circle and get a good vision. All right. And
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Beast Sense as I enter my consciousness. I kind of grasp the respite, and I'll transfer, kind of using that as a conduit to put myself into Knack's body, where I don't have control, but I can at least lend his sight and vision as mine.
Okay. And as you do this, in beast mode, as you release Knack, Gorple, you hear, all right! The rest of you hear, ah! And
he's really excited is all I said. As my eyes have kind of gone like a weird black milky shade.
It's very different. It's a very different look than you've seen when he's been in the respite. His eyes usually go like a milky white. This is this very, it almost looks like black pools of oil. As he's doing this, like you can kind of see swirls, but it's a little disturbing. Gorple, you begin to see as Knack is flying through towards the smoke that he told you about. And as he starts to get closer, I need you to roll a perception check for Knack.
Can I use a group inspiration, guys? Because Knack's fucking skills are not as good as mine.
All right.
That's a 14.
14. As Knack begins to get closer, you can see that as you're traveling, the road actually begins to descend slightly. Almost into not necessarily like a ravine, but it begins to get lower. And Knack continues to fly, and in this kind of depression area, you now see the smoke that Knack was talking about. And as Knack gets closer, you begin to see a fire, looks like a small campfire. And it's very weird. It looks like there are some boulders and some large hedges and such that this group probably thought would be a good area to kind of hide them. But considering that you're flying over, it's not something that you think they could probably considered. And you can now clearly see 4 humanoid individuals around a campfire. And it's not very large. It's a small fire. And then just slightly off, maybe about 5 or 10 feet away from them, is a larger group of smaller humanoid creatures.
I will pretty much, as you're describing this to me, DM, I am essentially just word of mouth vomiting what Gorple's seeing. So Perfect. You guys all hear it. If you try to interact back with me, I do not respond to you. I just keep talking. I'm like, all right, 4 people out of fire. They're hidden by rocks. They probably can't see me. I think there's a group of kobolds. All right, I'm going to get a little closer. Can I try to have him make a stealth check to kind of like
go
in close?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Basha, between you and me, is this the creepiest thing he's done yet?
Yeah, probably. I don't think he's ever done anything on this level.
All right.
No, you got to check that thing out.
Yeah,
that's a 23 stealth for
23 stealth. Okay. All right. Teague begins to swoop in a little lower. And the interesting thing that you begin to notice is that your group following this path, like they are literally in the middle of the path. They are not off the path. They're not slightly, to the left or right of it. They are dead set. Like if you were to keep going, you're going to run right into them. But it looks like they felt like this area was a good area to stop. And as Knack gets closer, you can absolutely see the smaller humanoid creatures, absolutely kobolds. There's about 8 of them. And you still can't make out the humanoid, like what, specifically like who or what they are. They're not wearing cultist uniforms, but they are wearing like different like armors and such, and they are wearing helmets. So you can't really make out details of the faces, but you absolutely can make out the
look
kobolds.
Like the armored guys we've kind of fought in that like trap?
One of them does.
Okay, and I'll relay this information to everyone. All right, and so I'll kind of like, as I finish saying that, Knack has no other orders because I only ordered him to go check it out. So he can you can let him decide whether he comes back or not.
Okay.
I will pull my senses back into myself. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Strange.
I'm back.
So we got 4 soldiery types and a bunch of kobolds just camped out in the middle of this trail.
Yeah, I think they're just stopped. They might be like a kind of a roadblock. I didn't really look ahead because, again, I don't have like a telepathy thingy. I just kind of like tell him what to do, and then eventually he'll do it.
Well, this sounds like a good thing to test our disguises on. I mean, these guys, if they're not actually cultists, they might even fall for the Dargan phrase. Yeah.
Gorple,
Yeah.
make a what to say? Actually, no, you wouldn't have to make a roll for this considering your background. Everything you saw, like Knack flying up to this area, if you and your group were careful enough, you know that you could probably get the drop on them.
I mean, if we were careful, we could easily get the drop on these people. I think with the 8 kobolds and the 4 camping behind the rocks, they can ambush, but I don't think they're like actively waiting to get people. Like we could sneak.
It doesn't sound like it. So, I mean, we got 2 choices here. We could ride right up, posing as cultists, saying, "Oh, we're late for the gathering of the tribute. Or how far away are we? It's like, did we miss it? Try to learn something from them that way, or we just kill all but a couple of them, ask a couple of questions about exactly the same way, but it's all about how we choose to ask.
What if we kill all but one and offer him freedom for information?
I mean, we don't want if we let one go and it circles past us and gets to the group and warns them that there's a group of people trying to infiltrate the cult.
That'll be problematic.
Maybe we no, that's terrible, Bojack. Never mind.
Maybe I think I like your plan, Drover. I think offer diplomacy, and when in doubt that fails, we just murder them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to end up us, just it's going to get wet no matter what. But if we can get in close, then one, it gives us a chance to see whether these disguises work. If they're not fooled, we're doing something wrong, and we shouldn't even bother trying anymore. But if it works, we learn something, then we, put the hit on them and keep like 2 of the humans. Like if there's one that looks like he's in charge, we definitely hang on to him at least long enough to get questions out of him. They should tell us how far the rest of the group is and where they're going, because they must know they're not with the others, so they got to know where they're headed.
Give me 1 second, and I put my conscience back into Knack to see where he is.
You see that Knack is actively just circling over this group of individuals.
And then I pull myself back. Wow, I can keep doing it. That's crazy. Anyway,
let me tell you, your eyes go real weird.
Well,
I mean, weirder than normal.
Knack's circling them, and they're not really making any more movements. I think they're settled in that area.
Perfect. They've already stopped at their own graves. Perfect. Let's get ourselves.
Gorple, you all right? So you went into Knack very, very quickly. I would say make a perception check at disadvantage because you went in and out very quickly.
With Knack's perception, not mine.
Knack's perception, yeah.
That's a 10, raw 10.
10? That's actually good enough. You got the sense, like, just in that instant that you were in Knack, right before you pulled out, you could swear that you smelled some kind of food. And that's why Knack is still circling.
I kind of like my like nostrils flare. Nope, that's not us. Wow, he has really good sense of smell. Anyway, apparently they're cooking.
Oh, what are they cooking? What spices are they using?
Oh, you can ask that or take it off their buddies.
Yeah, we can just eat whatever they had. It's fine.
I mean, we're making progress. We're gonna get there in probably 5 minutes. It only takes 20 minutes to walk a mile.
Good. 5 minutes until dinner, then.
So, but that's the question. I'll tell you this: if we slow down to make it look like the cart's burdened, I and maybe Bocek could hop off the wagon and go sneak up around so we have a flank. And that way, Amala can be in the front of the cart with you, Drovar. You can have the horses tied on the back, like they're your extra horses you stole. And that way, if we need to get the jump, myself and Bocek, and heck, I would say even you, Basha, because I know you can go invisible, but you can also sneak with me. we could trust me. We could definitely get the drop on them if that.
Can Basha be invisible long enough to get to do all that sneaking? I don't know how long she can do it. How long can you do it?
Yeah.
Sorry. You're here.
I think a while. Hold on.
Invisibility lasts an hour.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to... Even the necklace, I think, is also an hour, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, 1 hour. It's enough time.
Yeah, I mean, you give us what you stop about, a quarter of a mile out, and you give us like 10 minutes to get over there because we're going to be going a little slower. And then you guys, once we hit the 5-minute waiting point around, you guys begin making your way, and we'll get a good flanking position. So if violence needs to occur, it occurs.
All right. And I tell you what, if we hear your bird scream, we hear it call up in the sky, we know something's wrong, and we're just going to start killing.
I mean,
he
might just scream. I don't think that's a good. I don't think that's really a good signal. I think
I'm like
bird scream, kill everything.
It's very clear.
We'll get close enough that we can overhear the conversation.
I'm sorry.
And then I make a bird scream, so Drovar kill everything, right?
All I picture is that it's like reverse Pavlov's dog, where you have actually trained this poor fucking dinosaur that it knows, like, oh, if I scream, they're gonna kill shit, and it just waits, and it just becomes like, yeah, I'm gonna make them kill shit. I'm sorry. That's like it just popped into my head.
I'll remind Knack of the plan when we get back together. That when he screams, we know to kill shit. But right now,
greetings, fellow cultists. How fares the dragon?
I love you. You are all crazy, and I love you all for it.
This is as complicated a plan as Drovar can actually put together. He's like, all right, we're gonna be sneaky. We just need a signal. That thing, we'll all hear it. That's it. It's unique. That'll work.
Or even worse, the fucking thing just never screeches, and we're all just kind of sitting there having to improvise for 30 minutes as it's watching us squirm.
It's like, what was I supposed to do again? Oh yeah.
I see a dragon coming. I'm gonna hide.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so
flies away.
So you begin making your way towards the camp. Basha, you're going invisible?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until when they jump off, they're ready to start circling, I'll go invisible, but I don't want to do it immediately because I don't know how long it's gonna take us to circle around. But yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, but it doesn't take you long to actually be able to start seeing the smoke yourselves now.
And I'll go invisible.
And you go invisible.
Once we all jump off, I begin whispering different words, dark words, and as I kind of start whispering these strange words, like all the other words of the true nature, I call upon the shadows and darkness of the hunt, and I will cast Pass Without a Trace. And so all within 30 feet of me have +10 to stealth.
All right.
As our sounds become muffled and the shadows that naturally occur seem to just bend slightly more toward us.
All right. So
he calls me Evil Witch.
I need everybody to roll a stealth check for me. Basha, you get advantage, but everybody adds +10 to their roll.
But not us driving the cart, right?
No, all of you.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Basha, what'd you get?
A 27.
Nice.
Even
Boche?
with +10.
A natural 1 for a 17.
Still a natural 1, though.
We have inspiration. You can use.
You use inspiration. You have one last inspiration.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll use it.
All right.
Ugh, not much better, but a 19 now.
Okay. Well, at least it wasn't a nat 1. All right. Amala?
I roll with disadvantage for this, correct? For stealth?
Yes.
My armor? Okay, 1 second.
But you still add the +10.
I've been trying to give a group inspiration the entire game, and it keeps giving me an error every time I do.
21.
21. Gorple?
37.
You stealth into my wild map game.
Yeah, I was like, cool, keep your natural one, bro. It's fine.
Drovar?
15.
15.
I'm sitting there, I go, it's like, where'd they go?
All right. So, Basha, you begin to make your way ahead of the group. And you begin to get closer. And the one thing you can see now on the road is that even though you're invisible, you can actually now begin to see this group of individuals on the road as it begins to descend. And as you're getting closer and closer, you're not sure what the hell's going on here, but they chose a pretty bad place to camp because you can clearly hear them. They're not trying to be quiet. And you actually get a view of them, and their backs are to you. And as you get closer, you can actually see like the four humanoids around the campfire. They are cooking something over the fire. There's like a improvised spit, and they're kind of pulling pieces off of whatever it is they're roasting. And you can see about 10 feet away from them this group of 8 kobolds, and one of them begins kind of inching towards the fire. And one of the humanoids picks up a rock and just throws it at the kobold. And it goes, and it goes back to the larger group. And he goes, "You fucking stay over there. You get food when we fucking give it to you." And the kind of turns to the other ones. The other ones start chuckling. It's like, "You fucking kobold. It's just fucking, yeah." And like clearly they're just having like a good time fucking with the kobolds. And they are not like, they have their backs to you. They are not paying attention whatsoever. And you can see the kobolds are just kind of like sitting there. They don't look happy, but they're also just kind of like patiently waiting. The other interesting thing you see, Basha, is that while the kobolds have their weapons still on them, they have like little daggers and little slings hooked to their belts. The 4 humanoids, their spears are about 10 feet away from them, resting against a rock while they are cooking. And that is what you see as you get into this campsite, and they have no idea that you are even there. The rest of you begin to kind of roll down this area, and just like Basha, you're able to see them over this ridge. They have no clue that you are coming up behind them. And as you slowly begin to get closer and closer to this campsite, that is where we're going to call it for the evening.
What?
Excellent game, everyone.
All right, quickly, somebody throw me into a garbage can in their campsite. I'll make each of them disappear.
I know we ran a little long. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, thanks for sticking with us. So excellent game. Can't wait to see what happens next time. It will not be next week. As a reminder, next week, because of holidays here in the States, there will be no stream Wednesday and Thursday. We will be rerunning Honey Heist Wednesday, but there will be no live D&D sessions Wednesday and Thursday. I will still be doing Friday Night Magic on Friday, however. But thank you again to my players, and happy Thanksgiving to all of you, those who celebrate.
Yay. Happy Thanksgiving.
I personally am I don't celebrate the actual Thanksgiving. I am very happy but I'm happy of the to be thankful for the things that I have, including my family, but also just making it an inclusive and warm day of welcoming, I guess, is the best way to put it.
And food.
Oh yeah, lots of food. But again, thank you all of you for joining us. I want to thank again my wonderful players. I want to thank my patrons from Patreon, my subscribers, and something that I completely forgot to tell you. We have new follower emotes. One of them I was actually displaying earlier when there was talk of beer. It is a beer stein that says cheers with beer on it. There is possibly a number one party frog emote. I don't know. And there's also a WTF emote as well. I have 2 emotes left. I'm still trying to figure out what those are. I'm going to be polling my patrons to see what those emotes possibly could be, because they have polling power for this. But yeah, so want to let everybody go because it is very late. Thank you, everybody. Remember to be kind to yourself, be kind to others. We are going to raid somebody as we leave. Don't leave right away. Take care. We love you very much. And we will see you in 2 weeks. Take care.